Hello, everybody. What's going on? TCH Live, Monday edition. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. And tonight, we've got the one and only, the lovely Carolyn coming back into the booth, hanging out with me this evening and hanging out with all of you guys. What's going on tonight?
What's up? I'm pumped to be here. So I haven't been here in like a month, and
It's been too long.
yeah. So I was glad you asked me to come in today because I was gonna ask. I was just gonna tell you that I was coming in. And there was nothing you could do about it. But
Well, I'm glad I got out in front of that
yeah,
one. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're right off and rolling here. We've got some fantastic 5-5 action for you guys this evening. And I do know that at this moment in time, the table is not quite full, but I do think we get all these seats filled. We're just starting things off here with a PLO bomb pot. Let's see what's going on here.
All right, who's got what?
Whilst we're getting the action and the card scan in here, I'm going to start taking a peek here in the chat. We got Ian, we got Ragnar, we got Skullbone, Paul D, Silva Coats, Poker Monkey, Donnie. What's going on, y'all? Kenna James, what's up? Camilla, how's it going?
All right.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Peter as well. We got Walter. Alrighty, we are down to just Kevin and Chase here. Chase here sitting on the nut straight.
Yep.
Kevin's still in here with queens and nines. Wants to see a river, see if he can boat up. That ain't gonna do it, so Chase will finish with the nuts. Check in what was presumably a large wager, up just about a 200, and Chase will take it down. All right, once again, looking here in the chat just to see who all is hanging out with us. We got Chuck, we got Jedi Master Ted, Negligible. What's up, you guys? Frank, welcome to the show.
Hello, everyone.
And we've also got a Mr. Will Lottie joining us as well.
Hello, William.
What's up, Will? So yeah, 5-5 here tonight. We are mixing things up as we go along. Some 5-5, some 5-10. You know, sort
Yeah,
of the
they
more
are
traditional.
running this 5-5 with a cap. Am I correct?
Yeah, so
start?
it starts out with a 500 min 2K max, and then it is. Excuse me. Oh, I apologize.
Is it match the stack after that?
5K?
Oh, so I mean basically uncapped.
Yeah, certainly starting with a 5K max, that is going to be a number that not too many people will be buying in for. Big Daddy Chaz, of course, will.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Chaz requested that.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that seems like the likely way that the cap was moved to 5K. Because I was under the impression that it was going to be a 2K cap.
Yeah. Big Daddy Chaz here opening his button, getting 3-bet by Chase with a couple of black ladies here. And Chaz will make the call, play this one in position with an overcard. Comes 7-7 tray. Couple of diamonds. Chase should be continuing here, and usually he goes quite large on these textures with these holdings. He's going to bet 205, so not quite full pot, but close enough, and Chaz with no piece will get out of the way. Starting things off nice and friendly, turning the cards over to see what we're working with. That's nice. All right, there we go. We got the chip counts. Big Daddy Chaz is, of course, the only player to buy in for 5K. Then we got Chase optimizing Geo all buying in for the 2K. And a couple of stacks a little bit shorter than that as well.
So Poker Monkey is asking if I am coming to the mug in Dallas. We were just discussing that prior to the stream getting going. And I'm not going to lie, I may or may not have forgotten that it was happening. So it is a possibility. We're going to see how things work out. I'm going to try and go.
Everybody drop a deuce in the chat if you want Carolyn to show up to the meetup game. Let's get the deuce dropping rolling. Anyways, I of course think that Carolyn should show up.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely want to go. I kind of feel obligated to go also. Like, how do I miss that?
Yeah.
I think I have to.
Seriously.
So,
Well,
I
I'll
don't know. We'll
certainly
probably
be
figure
there.
it out.
Yeah, I'll certainly be
We
there.
could
And
probably carpool too, all of us.
Yeah. No, we should figure that out. I
Yeah.
think Lottie should drive the Porsche, and we all just the Porsche,
Oh,
and we all just pile
yeah.
into it. Yeah.
That's gonna be really uncomfortable. That sounds terrible. Yeah.
I call, the driver's seat, and then everything will be just fine.
All right. Well, this hand is shaping up to be less interesting than I was hoping.
Yeah, Gio here has the best hand at the moment, and he's betting. So
He's got the best hand, and he's open-ended.
Yeah.
I doubt he thinks he actually has the best hand, but
Yeah, but he is just going to take it down.
surprise.
Chuck C, a nice comment. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Although it's not me in the Taco Bell bathroom anymore because I'm off of that.
The lady tonight is Carol. In the booth is Carolyn. The lady on the felt at the table is Caitlin. We are two separate people, if you're not aware of that. We made that as clear as possible when I was a guest on her podcast, the Texas Poker Experience. So if you are interested in listening to us shoot the shit for an hour or so, check that out on Spotify, on all the other things that podcasts are on.
Yeah, wherever the podcasts are grown.
In the podcast farm.
Yes, exactly. A couple other comments that I wanted to get to. We got Young Poker here saying that he woke up, perhaps they woke up at 5 a.m. just to wait for this stream. That is awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And one other here, we got Doug here in the chat says, Cy the Knit on stream. Yeah, dude. We got Cy the Knit here.
Everybody loves Cy.
I know. I'm really looking forward
I
to
know.
all of the Cy hands that we're going to see.
The
All right.
epic stare downs. He's got a hell of a poker face.
Oh, yeah. Quite the flop here. Both Geo and Optimizer flopping a pair of nines to go with the eights on board. And kickers are playing in a big way. So Optimizer here just going to go for the call in position. Geo continues with a bet on the flop. Queen of Hearts here on the turn. Generally speaking, I think Geo can continue betting here some of the time. Other times, like, it doesn't really serve that big of a purpose. 10 Jack, of course, is sort of the immediate, like, uh-oh, that just got there.
Ooh.
And yeah, Ace 9 will not finish as the best hand after this king on the river. Check, check on the turn. And Geo now looking to charge pretty much exactly what Optimizer has. 155 in the middle. Got a 130. And this is sort of a large sizing, right? Optimizer here, like, what on earth does he beat? Like, the bluffs are kind of hard to find. 6-7 suited, maybe, something like that, that just didn't want to continue betting on the turn. But he looks to be lining up a call here, and he will put it across the line.
Yeah. He says, I was good till the river.
Mm-hmm. So Geo will drag that one. I guess he's going by Geo instead of Jeff tonight.
Or maybe Kristen just got distracted halfway through typing his name.
Could be.
We don't know. We're going to go with Geo because that's what it says over here. So, no. No. I was kidding, Kristen.
He's going by Geo this weekend. Next week. Maybe. We'll hope.
All right, we got to gamble. We haven't gambled
Oh, good
in a
lord.
month.
Yeah, how have we forgotten about that?
Oh, really?
All right, first I got to peep these points.
Where do they live?
They live up in Lakeway, off of Sailfish.
All
That's
right.
right. Now I remember.
So,
We've seen each other twice now, right?
yeah. Wow.
Can't tell if my chat is frozen. Up there it goes. Oh, dude,
Wow.
I'm blinging.
How do you have so many points?
I must have. I think I rolled 100 on on
Big one?
400 bet or something. Something good happened. I do remember that because Pratt like bailed out on me or something, and then I rolled a big one. Big Daddy Chavs raised to 25. Chase looks him up from the cutoff with the 7-4. And a whole lot of nothing there for Chase.
It's really hard to get to that
Is that a
impeller.
19?
No, it's
A
actually
goofy backdoor club flush draw is just about all he's working with, and so he'll just let that go.
didn't use it.
All right, let's see. Do you want to go first or second?
Sure.
All right.
Let's go.
Yeah, I got it with like 80 out there. You got 80
Come
hours,
on,
I
Streamlabs. Let's go.
So,
Barely broken in.
yeah, they just kept it covered and
Still
lived in
wait.
Dallas. Came out about once a year. So,
59, okay. It's reasonable.
still looks new.
Rush to the
I
stream.
feel like I can beat that,
Except for the
You
opposite
can.
guy.
but I can't,
But you
and I
don't,
don't.
which is perfect.
Dang it.
That's what I was hoping for.
For the search system? Yeah. It's buttons. Yeah,
Excellent.
touchscreens.
We're off to a good start.
Yep. All righty, just $5 out here. I guess we're not going to get a ton of straddling going on, but oh, that's a womp womp. Just ripped that zipper right off of there, didn't you?
Well,
You ate your Wheaties this morning, I can tell.
yeah, that's a new one. I don't really know how to resolve that issue.
Carolyn just hulked out and ripped the zipper off of her little.
It's my wallet. Like, that's where my
Walrus.
money lives.
Yeah.
Inside of this zipper portion of my wallet.
Well, I'm an engineer, so I'll be happy to help. But,
Good. I'm glad we have an
Geo.
engineer in house who will
Paradise Cove.
take care of this for me. This is
Who manages Paradise Cove now?
got it.
Some
Carolyn's gonna
cokehead named Frank.
give it the old
I feel like they're all cokeheads out of there.
Oh, they are.
brute force
The
attempt.
guy that I dealt with.
Okay, Geo here in Optimizer heads up to a flop as
Spinoff,
Geo will call the large 3-bet out of position. Checks it over to Optimizer, who's made top pair,
where,
second best
Eight
kicker.
is where most of the cabin cruisers in the house was.
300 in the middle, he's going to come along for a 1/3 C-bet, and
yeah, I was
this
on
is
like
where
a
the
year out.
deuces go in the muck just about
God, I forget that dickhole's name.
every
though. I'm
time.
gonna look it up. Have you been there for a while?
playing deuces, man. Out of position is
For like
just
4 years
super
now. Frank
painful.
has always been-
Yeah.
I really don't mind doing it in, these large multi-way pots, where it's just like you close the action and there's 5 people already in there. And
Right.
You're like, all right,
and you're just
fine."
calling like a single raise, and it's
Yeah, but other than that, it's like, what flops do you want to see? Obviously, like a 5-high one isn't so bad, but even
I
then,
mean, a 5-high one, you're still losing to something. So
Yeah.
I like to see like a, deuce queen.
yeah, that'd be all right.
Yeah, it's Parasite Cove. No, not Paradise, Parasite.
Ragnar over B wants to know if TCH Austin has plans to start running any more tournaments. And the answer is yes. The WPT Steps is back, and it's running the same weekend of the meetup. That's going to be April 24th, Sunday, April 24th here in Austin. We'll also have a tournament, WPT Steps, running this weekend, which is this Sunday, in Dallas and the Houston location as well. So WPT Steps is back, and it's basically just a single step tournament this time around. You buy in, you play the tournament, and the winner not only receives the lion's share of the winnings, but also a seat plus some like travel money or whatever for a main event, WPT main
Yeah.
event. It's like a
Yeah,
$4,000 value.
they've definitely simplified the whole ordeal. So there's not multiple steps in order to get to the big prize. You win this one, and you're in.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and a WPT main event too, which is really fantastic. So they, the WPT travels all over the country. You've got all these different stops, and the main events, will sometimes have 1 mil guarantees or
Yeah.
even higher. So, these are some pretty spicy tournaments. And Carolyn, in triumphant fashion, has resurrected her walrus with the zipper.
Yeah.
and
Yes,
everything's-
my walrus. I fixed the zipper on my walrus. I'm pretty proud of myself, actually.
It's
That
not the
worked out
first time I've heard
pretty
you say
well.
that.
Walrus zipper problems all the time.
All right. Folds over and around a side. He is going to raise it up here on the button. 60 to go. Big Daddy Chaz with a couple of red 8s. We'll definitely be playing this hand. We'll see if he goes for the call. He does. Kevin's out of the way, but Chase will complete from the straddle. And we're going to go 3 ways here. Cy in position with the betting lead. 5 high flop. No one has deuces, though.
Deuces would be no good. Chaz's 8s are very good right now. He also turns a gutter to go with the overbear. Didn't need it.
Yeah. Healthy little half pot stab there. It'll just take it down. We'll move right along. Let's see here. Mr. Will Lottie here in the chat correcting me, saying the Dallas WPT Steps tournament is Saturday. Okay, very good.
But the one here in Austin,
The one here in Austin will be on Sunday the 24th.
yeah, that's what you were saying, was that Austin's tournament is the same day as the meetup game in Dallas.
Complete Gamer Gabe, welcome to the team. Thank you very much for subscribing. And quick shout out to anybody else who is out there watching and enjoying the stream but is not yet subscribed. Please do consider grabbing that mouse, moving on over, and
What are you doing?
slamming away on the subscribe button so that you can earn sweet TCH Live loyalty points and just generally be
Am
part
I
of the crew
missing
here.
something in this hand? Oh, it's a $20 straddle.
I think
5,
that's-
5, 20, open to 80. Chaz gonna 3-bet to 330, I think. Yep.
7 folds,
Chase is
all in.
all in,
1 call.
and Chaz is calling, and
Those times?
uh,
2 times.
not
Yep, they are doing it twice.
super pumped about what he sees.
No, you rarely are super pumped, but you know, every once in a while you find a king.
Well,
on
they're
the
running
flop,
it
which
twice.
is just going to be even better for you. By that I mean not.
So first one, I don't know. Does Chaz have a heart? Oh my God, Chaz.
He
has-
does.
Chaz could scoop here.
We're seeing on the screen that Chaz has a heart, but we've just been told that Chaz doesn't have a heart. Wait, is he the Tin Man or is he?
Oh, damn.
Oh,
No,
good lord.
Kristen just can't tell the difference between their names. All right.
Okay,
They're kind of similar. I get it. They chop it.
chop it up.
Yeah.
Call on 2 times. You know?
Very dramatic.
That'll
hand there.
happen.
Yeah. So flop a set of kings and lose to a flush. That's pretty rough. I've had that happen before where we just ripped it, and yeah, it was just kind of like flop comes out, and you're just like, oh yeah, no, I'm definitely winning this one. Top set. How the hell are you
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
beat me now?
for
'Cause
sure.
you're only thinking that you can lose to them hitting a set, and
Yeah.
then it's like, no, they can make 4 to a straight or 4 to a flush and just bend you right over the barrel.
Yep.
Frank Vo, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team, good sir. We've also got ourselves a $9.99 super chat here from JT in 1968.
Oh, you're the best.
Throwing some gas money for the caravan. And Carolyn has to come. It's a moral imperative. Absolutely agree. Anderson is going to be there.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yes, so we need to figure out, if we are going to do some sort of caravanning, carpooling situation. That would be pretty awesome. Or just like getting some sweet crash pad up there,
Yeah.
like Airbnb or whatever, and we can all
I don't know if I'm gonna be
Hardy.
available. I would love to do that. That sounds like a blast. But sometimes there are other
What, like your family?
responsibilities.
Jeez.
They're lucky I love them.
Well, we'll see. We'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and hope that you can make it and that everything is.
I see
It's gravy.
fake mustache coming in.
Oh, nice.
I mean, I'm curious to know what the name is going to be on this. I know his name. I'm not going to reveal it to the viewers yet.
Is it a fake mustache or did he cut himself shaving? And that's just the Band-Aid.
I don't know. Well, we might never know.
We do have heads-up action here. 3-bet pot between Kevin and Big Daddy Chaz. Kevin, the 3-better, is going to continue on this 9 deuce board. Chaz, pretty sticky opponent, not going to go anywhere yet. Ace high is good and will be good a reasonable amount of the time. Does have the ace of spades for any sort of spades on the turn. And wow, the 10 of spades is a pretty darn good turn card from Mr. Chaz. Kevin now picks up a gut shot, straight draw, but with no spade in hand. Yeah, it's pretty tough to continue here. Your opponent has just called in position. You're just now hoping to river a king or a queen.
And it's a spade.
Yeah, Chaz will just back into the best flush that one can hold. Kevin will take one more peek there, realizing once again that he is sitting on king high and no spade, and this is definitely the spot to just shut it down and be done, and he will.
Yep.
You guys launch at
We don't launch, we keep them wet.
okay.
Chaz now in a spot where he can try to get, you know, small value from a weaker holding, but generally speaking, I wouldn't think that he would go very polar here. Could be wrong. Let's see.
Yeah. That.
475, something like that, and yeah, 575. Quick fold.
I don't think he was getting. It didn't matter what he bet. He could have bet $20. I think.
Yeah.
I think the result is the same there.
C3 is starting at 3,000.
Actually, I don't know.
3,100.
Maybe he could make $20 there.
Yeah, if you knew exactly what he had, and you were like, well, $20. See what happens.
Yeah. Be like, you know what? I don't think anybody can fold for $20. So.
I do love those little bets sometimes where like your opponent almost never has anything. I do this especially at the lower stakes where I will just bet just infinitesimally small
Yeah, you bet
amount.
2 big blinds.
And they just like, and they instantly give up that they, or give away that they don't have anything too, because they like kind of, you know, throw the head back or whatever. They're like, oh my God, what? But then they have to see what I'm betting $10
course.
with, and that's what they call. It's a good one.
4 calls. 6 calls.
All right, folds into the blinds. Chase will limp. Geo will limp. Optimizer will check with blackjack hand. And we got a king high board here. Chase will flop up and down straight draw Geo, top 2 pair, so some spice happening.
6 calls.
Yeah, this could get very interesting.
Geo with the top 2 pair just going to call here. There's no flush draws available, no front door flush draws available, so he's just going to call in
Sounds like,
position.
or it looks like we've got a turn card that we can't see. There it is.
65. 4 calls.
Check call, a bet of 65 from Geo here. Chase looking to connect with a 4 or a 9. That's going to be another 10. And Geo just got counterfeit, but let's see if he can continue going for value here.
6 bets.
Let's bet 75, and Chase will get out of the way.
Give it up, huh?
Getting some love thrown the way of Miss Caitlin here in the chat.
Yes, we all love Caitlin. I will say I would love to see her play a hand. I don't think she has yet.
So far, I think that's right. I'm not sure if David has played a hand really yet either.
Yeah, well,
So
I'm not that excited about seeing that. When I was walking back here, he was sitting at the 2-5 table before he got this seat. And he was like, if I get a seat on this, because he was an alternate for the game. So he's like, if I get a seat on this table, you got to promise not to be mean to me. I was like, no promises, David.
no promises.
But in your range,
Yeah, that's definitely. Anytime somebody says that, I'm like, well, now I just have to
Yeah,
be a
no,
dick.
definitely. Like, now if I was nice to you, it would be like I just have no respect for you as a person.
All right, Ron, Mr. Ron here with the mustache situation is going to raise to 20.
Yeah, I keep hearing good things about that before.
No straddle this hand, so Optimizer will call from the big blind. Ace 5 suited. And that's a couple of sevens out there for Mr. Ron.
This suburb has everything.
Half pot size C bet here, 25 to go. Optimizer should continue. He will. See a 6 of hearts here on the turn. That's weird looking 6 of hearts.
Yeah, it's
Not
looks
sure if the
dirty.
graphics are,
I don't
yeah,
know.
something's
It's
on
got
the
some paint on there or something.
Checks it over to Ron again, and let's see if Ron sizes up here. He does indeed.
Yeah.
Goes for the
Quite large.
1.5x overbet.
Yeah.
7 folds.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. You're going for max value, and if your opponent does have a queen, are they going to fold? Yeah, probably not. So, not looking to get value from you know, the ace fives of the world when
Right.
you bet the turn for that size, but so be it. Takes down. Looking there at the aggression frequencies, we got 4 players all sitting on zeros here. Gotta get those
Well,
rookie numbers
that
pumped
can't
up.
be right. Ron's number should no longer be 0, but Dave, Cy, and Caitlin, that's accurate.
Well, Cy opened his button with Queen Jack, so he should have at least one
he
data
did?
points worth of aggression in there.
Oh,
Yeah,
must have some miscalculations in these numbers.
could be.
9 folds. 10 folds.
Maybe it doesn't consider the initial open to be an aggressive action or something.
No,
I don't
it
know.
has
That yeah, that wouldn't make any sense, right?
I don't know.
Because your VPIP should always be.
Higher
Sorry,
than
your aggression frequency should always be at a minimum equal to your VPIP, right?
No.
Oh no.
At a
That's
maximum.
yeah, no, that's backwards exactly.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. So it should be always be at most your VPIP.
6 raised for 125 and 2 calls.
I think. What's the other
I
stat?
just turned my brain inside out with that
Yeah.
question. But anyways, let's look at this hand as we've got a 3-bet pot developed. Gio the 3-better, Kevin the caller from out of position. Natural check to Gio, and it's going to check back here on the 6-high board with the ace of diamonds. Action card here, ace of spades on the turn. Both players will make top pair. See if Kevin leads out here. I generally would like to see him check.
Not gonna do it. Gonna bet it. It's gonna work out okay for him here.
Yeah, the fact that Gio has an ace does mean that he's going to get more chips into the pot. But like the ace on the turn is just such a good card for your opponent to bet. And
Yeah.
you have an ace, so it's hard for
Absolutely.
them to have one. So generally speaking, I like the check here from Kevin, but he does lead out.
Yeah, because of course, if Gio doesn't have the ace there, he's gonna bet it a
Yeah.
lot of the time.
He's got like Jack
let
9.
him, yeah, let him put his money in the
Clubs.
pot, and then you can collect said money with your ace at the end.
So Gio does make the call. 7 of hearts here at the end. Ace 4 just made a straight.
Yep.
Pocket 4s or some nonsense just made a straight as well. But other
8,
than that,
9. Yeah, but 8, 9 is fine.
so Kevin.
8, 9 of diamonds, right? I don't know. Just say.
Yeah,
I guess
possible.
there too. There are some hands.
So Kevin is going to lose to some of the ace-queen and ace-king combos of the world. But I'm not sure if he should be that worried about it. Yeah, checky, and Gio will not lose any more money. It's one of those tricky spots where it's like,
Yeah, I mean, ace 4 is the straight, but also, you know, there's a lot of ace wheel combinations that are out there that he could be, that are 2-pair that he's losing to also. But I don't know.
yeah. But it's almost one of those things where you'd rather sort of bet.
And get called than check and have someone bet and you have to call.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it depends on sort of how you're feeling about the hand. Maybe you're picking up some information or a tell or something like that. But yeah, generally speaking there, it's sort of like, I would rather bet an amount that like some of my opponent's better hands are going to kind of be like, I don't know if I really want to raise this amount, right? Because things could really go upside down on me. So they just call.
Are we looking at a
So-
$75 straddle?
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
and Kevin just wakes up with aces?
And limps it.
Must be nice.
Oh boy. All right. This is 5, 5, 10, 75.
This is what we call living the dream.
Well, let's not get
I
overexcited
know.
yet.
I guess we haven't seen. Interesting.
Chaz not going to go for the squeeze here. So this is going to go 3 ways to a flop, and
6. No. 6.
Kevin will not get outflopped by his opponents. This is a very connecty board, though, so he is going to likely bet somewhere around half pot and be okay with just taking this down.
150. Yeah, a little more than that, but 2 quick folds.
Yeah. Not exactly the way you drew it up, but at the end of the day, I'm sure he'll be just fine with that outcome.
Yeah, the thing about the $75 straddle, it's just such a large straddle that when you limp it there, the likelihood of it getting raised, I mean, once it gets back to Chaz, like, unless he's got a really big hand, I don't think he's raising it there. So he might call a raise if you had opened.
Yeah. Yeah, that is sort of the tricky thing there is.
So, like, if you're really trying to get max value out of that situation, I don't think limping your aces there is. I mean, maybe somebody at the table is just like, oh, I have king, queen off, and I'm just going to jam here because I'm playing, an effective whatever.
Yeah, 20 big blinds
Yeah.
or something. There's some 1.5K stacks up there. I mean, that's possible. Generally speaking, though,
I mean, king, queen also would have flopped open-ended. Or no, just kidding, queen, jack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Generally speaking, at sort of the mid to lower stakes, what you'll see a lot of the time is that when the blinds and or straddles are small, right, in relation to what people are generally comfortable
Right.
playing, you can limp the small sizes. You can limp for a big blind or like a single straddle up
Right.
front and have a pretty good inclination that someone's going to raise behind.
Well, the hand typically plays out somewhere in the realm of normalcy,
Yeah.
as opposed to a hand that doesn't have a straddle out there at all.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get to your straddles up to the, 10x big blind straddles or bigger, which at a 1-2 game is $20, which
Mm-hmm.
happens pretty often here. At TCH
Yeah, it's not
Johnson.
uncommon, but it'll affect the hell out of that game, right? Because people love to
Absolutely.
limp for $2 or maybe $5, but like a $20 straddle is going to
Well,
cut
I
down a
always
bunch of the
hear
limpers.
1-2 players, and it's so funny, and I have to fight the urge to try and change their way of thinking. But they'll say things like, "Oh, well, I had a $15 hand," and I just want to be like, "Dude,
No, it's fantastic.
you're thinking about this all wrong."
No, they're doing a great job.
Yeah,
and
keep doing what you're doing, 1-2 players. You're crushing it.
No, this game is it's a melding of the minds between
Absolutely.
people that are just having a good time and want to see some $15 hands and some $15
Yeah.
flops, and those of us that put a little bit more thought into the game and what we're trying to accomplish. Big Daddy Chaz here is going to try to accomplish a larger pot for his stack with the top pair here. Ron flops bottom pair and some backdoor opportunities, so he's going to peel one off at least. Keep Big Daddy Chaz honest as well. 7 of clubs here is one of the backdoor cards that he could pick up. Now is drawing to a 5 for a straight. Chaz here could slow this one down and go for a bet check bet line. Or he could go for another small size here. I don't think he benefits a lot from a large size here, but let's see what he thinks. 615 in the middle.
375. 2/3.
A little bit larger than I would have thought, but Ron is a non-believer.
Yeah, this is this should be a fun matchup between Chaz and Ron, because Ron is not afraid to throw chips around either. So
And as far as you know, do these two players have enough playing history to
not
sort
a
of know
huge
that?
amount.
Okay.
They've played on the stream together maybe once or twice before. but I can attest to the fact that it could get very interesting.
So Chaz is going for 3 streets here with ace-9. About a 950 here on the river, another 2/3 sizing. And that is a bold move. I suppose it's like ace-10 folds maybe every once in a while, and he gets heroed on the other side. I don't know, sort of an interesting merge there. That sizing is just pretty chunky. In any case, the pair of 4s wasn't going to do any more damage for Mr. Ron, so he lets it go. All right, taking a look here in the chat. Looks like people getting busted up by Streamlabs.
Yeah, Paul D rolled a 1. Yeah, that's a bad beat.
Josh Williamson. Most of these people in chat play 1 cent, 2 cent.
I mean,
Yeah, well, so it's really funny though, right? Because
but live players and online players, they're two totally different animals.
well, okay, they're from the same genus, right? But like, it is funny because you can find the comparison, but that decimal point is the really important factor,
absolutely.
right? Like 10 cent, 20 cent online and 1-2 live. I don't know. They're probably a lot of the same player tendencies in those
You think?
pools, right? I mean, the
I
1
think- I
cent,
think
2 cent is just absolute.
The thing
skew
about
fest,
it is that
but-
there really is a lot of people who come to play poker because they think it's fun and they enjoy the social aspect of it, especially at the lower stakes.
might have a little itch to play some bomb pots or
Right.
something.
You know, they like to gamble, which obviously there's a lot of people who like to gamble who are playing online as well. But there's a lot of people who are playing online and who are putting, are putting in more effort into really understanding the game. That
This is the general sort of, yeah.
not that there aren't those people at 1-2. There obviously are. It's just a slightly different, like, portion of the pie that is really trying to understand the game versus just there to have a good time, gamble a little, hang out with some friends and acquaintances.
Yeah, and I mean, that drives so much of the traffic, right? Is you see
One race.
the same people day in and day out. They're hanging out with their buddies, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow at noon or whatever.
Yeah, they go to
and-
like barbecues together. It's
Yeah.
it's a friendly, fun atmosphere.
Here we go.
All right.
Here we go.
Big Daddy Chaz opening with the 8-5 suited. Flopping 8 high. Dave's got ace high.
One
I
bet.
think he's gonna lose this pot.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Oh.
generally speaking a place where you're going to want to continue, and Dave will continue. But
Interesting.
yeah, gonna be a little bit of a tricky spot
Ooh.
when Chaz continues here, because when he picks up a gut shot
Yeah,
here,
he's definitely going for it now.
yeah, and I suspect this will be a size up as well. 260 in the middle. Let's see how big Chaz goes.
Unless he just wants to see a free river card, but I doubt that.
No, that ain't Chaz.
Not with a gutter.
One bet's 250.
So Dave does make the check, and yeah, full pot size bet here from Chaz, and that's sort of what I expected. You want to put your opponent in a place where, unless they just have a good queen,
Right.
they're just going to have to fold, you know, and then 8 high wins, and that's great for you, obviously. So fantastic stuff here from Chaz, as always.
6 straddles.
Billy Big Time wants to know, how many players does TCH have? Well, it depends on which TCH you mean, but the Texas Card House here in Austin has, I mean, I would say on a
Members
slow...
total?
Yeah,
Or-
well, yeah, I don't know about that, but I was going to say on like a slow day, there's always at least like 2 tables running in here. And then on a busier day, like a Friday afternoon or something, I mean, this place will be jamming. Or on like
Yeah.
a Friday night with the free roll and everything?
So the room has 11 tables, including the live stream table, and then 2 private rooms. So it's a total of 13 tables. One of them being this live stream table, which we don't typically use when we're not live streaming, unless it is absolutely necessary. And on a Friday night, you will usually see the tables, besides this live stream table, the tables in the main room all full. So that's the standard on like a Friday night is, essentially 100% full for the main room. Kevin flopping the queen high flush here. We don't know what Caitlin's holding. I have a hunch. Oh, and Gio's got a gutter to the straight flush. That Caitlin has a king in her hand.
Okay.
That's a hunch. We may never find out. Now Gio's got a straight.
Yeah, 1 liner to the straight. Gio has that 7. Check over to Kevin, 265 in the middle. I think he should size up here. Bet a 200 or thereabouts would be my guess.
You're pretty close, 180.
2 bets, 180.
And I think Gio's pretty well handcuffed to this one.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, but
Oh, thank God you took that mask
It's
off.
like if you were only going to continue if you made the straight flush, then you were sort of lighting your 50 bucks on fire. Does make the call, 625 in the middle, and it's another club, but not the 4 of clubs. So Gio with the 7 high flush. Now Kevin, who has just watched his opponent check call 2 streets to see another club peel off and not lead the river. How confident does he feel in the queen high flush here? It's one of those spots where it kind of feels like your opponent almost always has some sort of like 2-pair holding, or maybe every once in a while a straight, but like just a hand that's never going to pay a bet on the river. And if they ever are ahead of you with like the river ace of clubs that for some reason just decides to check it over to you, like the worst thing in the world you can do is bet and get raised. So yeah, seemingly understandable check back there on the river, and just takes the pot. All right, V Pippin, Big Daddy Chaz up over 60%. Caitlin, Cy, and Dave all hanging out
there we
below
go.
the Lottie line.
Oh, well, at least they're on the. I was just proud of them for being in the number, like actually being on the list at all. But I didn't realize this was V Pip, and now I'm very disappointed in them.
Shane here looking forward to Cy taking an hour-long dinner break.
Oh,
I love that.
He better not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's not acceptable. Do you think was he informed of that? Like, no, Sai, you cannot get up from the table for an hour during the live stream to have dinner.
he just needs to order it in, and then everything will be just fine.
He's got his routine, man. He's got his things that he does. I don't know what those things are, but he leaves for an hour, eats dinner, comes.
Yeah, his favorite Indian place is just right down the road, so always cruising over there to get a snack. Chase here going to flop the best hand. Optimizer and Caitlin both sitting on some gutter balls.
Caitlin, the only one with a heart in her hand, 2 hearts on the board.
Pretty uninspiring holdings, but she is going to peel one off.
That's going to give Chase 2 pair. He's going to feel fantastic about it.
4 bets, 200.
Brian Wong asking how deep is this game. It is, the game started with a 5K cap and is now matched the stack. So if that gives you an idea, we got the chip counts right here coming up. So 6K being the big stack, 1.2K being the small stack. Min buy-in was 500 for this one.
Did have a question here in the chat from KBugs1234. Says, I'm from Reno, and we're seeing stuff online about Texas trying to close all the card houses. Is there any truth to that? So there have been, in different locations, mostly driven by the municipalities, some challenges to the operation of the card rooms. But no, as of just, like a week or 2 weeks ago now, the latest challenge from really just one city council person and like a city attorney or something up there in Dallas was overturned. The occupancy license was indeed upheld for the Texas Card House, and as of right now, all of the challenges to the legality of the card rooms here have been met with resounding victories for card rooms here in the state of Texas. So as far as anybody can tell, poker is alive and well, and that's the way we hope to keep it, because poker is the great game that keeps on giving, that keeps us all hanging out with each other and having a good time around the felt.
Indeed.
6 check, 7, 8 check. 4 fold.
All right. Whole lot of checking here and chopping. We chopping this? We're chopping this with between the jack highs. There we go.
Well played, guys. Well played.
Yeah.
Did all of those hands get to showdown?
Yeah, it was like 4 ace ace and then just ran out like queen queen or whatever, and nobody wanted to rep anything, and the jacks chopped it up. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like generally speaking, there's an opportunity in there for someone with just 2 cards, right? Like just bet $15 and see what happens. But nobody decided to go for that route and chop it up.
Yeah, I'm liking it, but
9 straddles for 10.
Some people
10
come for the
folds.
poker pen.
yeah.
Raise to
1 raise to
Oh, is it on me?
All right.
I call 2 folds.
Keeping it moving.
Chaz hitting the patented bottle of Malibu over there,
Oh, yeah.
getting things
Not on the
going.
table yet. Oh, someone had the 9-3 of hearts. I guess not playing.
300.
Yeah, I feel like that game has really sort of fallen out of favor now that I'm stuck like 2,500 on it. So yeah, I guess
Yeah, no
that's
one
just
ever
money.
wants to pay you in it.
Yeah,
in the
they're like,
game,
cool, we got him. All
Yep,
right,
got him.
Let's stop playing the game. Optimizer here with a couple of red Judies.
Chaz
Jay
raised
wins.
blind. There, just FYI. He made it 50 blind, and then Optimizer 3 bet to 300.
Yeah, and everybody else who had tried to get in there for cheap, or at least just
Yeah, for cheap, facing a blind raise, which, is just,
yeah.
you can call with any 2 cards there. if you're closing the action, at least, he can't raise you.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah. Man, it is just
Well, what's normal?
very interesting to me. And I remember being a person, a player in the mindset of like, I want to see a flop and I want to see like a 5-card poker hand before I really commit to anything, right? And I've learned now, and this is something that you sort of develop as you put more thought into the strategy of poker. That like you don't just want to limp a bunch of hands and get to the flops and then sort of go from there. But I remember being one of those players and calling a lot, and it wasn't until I got to the flop where you'd be like, oh, now I got a hand, like but you didn't really feel like you had one before then, unless you had aces
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, unless you have a pair, you're like, well, I don't have a made hand. Everything's
leaving my body.
Everybody here at the table having a jolly good time. Lots of chatter and laughter. Love to see it. Love to hear it. Chase here going to check it over after raising Cree and getting a 6-4-4 board. Gio going to bet here, $80 with ace high, and it is the best hand. He's going to get the old check call from Chase. 2 overs and a backdoor spade draw. That card doesn't do anything for Chase's hand, and Gio is going to continue betting.
5, 4 folds.
I'm not exactly sure what betting the ace-8 there accomplishes. I guess you're maybe hoping that a better ace will fold at some point, but did pick up the gut shot straight draw as well. Aggression frequency 0 for Cy. Just wait till he goes to dinner.
One straddles for 7.
All right, $75 straddle here from Big Daddy Chess.
And I knew he had it. Yeah, and I knew he had it, and I was like, I know I'm losing, and I threw him money.
552 of you fine folks hanging out with us here
Wow,
this evening.
that's pretty good.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Thanks
one and
for
all.
being here, everybody.
Really do appreciate you guys coming on in. Hope that you are enjoying yourselves. If you are, please help us out. Hit the subscribe button. Rear back with a force of 1,000 ostriches and obliterate the like button as well.
Can we gamble yet?
I think we probably can and we probably should. So
go.
you won last time.
Everybody down?
I will go first.
Casey here in the chat. Have I learned to not fear blind hands? I still have trauma over this. Okay.
What happened?
I'll bring it up here in a moment, but let me make sure I get my gamble in before somebody steals my roll.
Ooh, that's not good. 32.
All right, I can beat that, please. Please.
10.
Oh, good God, man.
Yes.
Awful.
That's so wonderful.
Start the session off.
There you go. There you go. Take my money.
Yay!
So I went and played the 5K down in Houston a couple weekends back or whatever, and I had Bones in the booth with me 2 weeks ago or whenever it was, and I told him about how there was this maniac at the table who was going all in blind, and he had gotten chopped down to a starting stack. He went all in blind a couple hands in a row, whatever, and on the second one or whatever, I had ace jack in the big blind. I called him. He had queen jack. It was like a great spot for me to hit the queen, right? So now I'm the one on the half stack. Next hand, he's like, I'll give you one more shot at it. Goes all in blind with now his full stack, and I'm on the half stack. And I ended up folding ace-6 off. And, ace-6 off against any random hand is actually like winning,
Yeah,
right?
of
Like
course.
it's way ahead. But yet I wasn't willing to put my tournament life on the line on just flipping coins with this guy. So I folded, and Casey's been giving me some shit ever since.
I
But,
mean, I would say he's definitely not wrong. If you know
Yeah.
for sure that he hasn't looked at his cards,
yeah. No, that's absolutely the case.
then ace-6 off is pretty good there.
No. I mean, and I will in no universe try to defend and say well, it's not a winning play. No, it is.
It is, yeah,
But
absolutely.
do I want to flip
Long
my
term,
5K
yeah, exactly.
tournament life and whatever? And that's a subjective thing that factors in. That isn't just I am a robot and I maximize my EV at all.
Do you want to rebuy for the 5K tournament?
Exactly. So
You
that
don't.
was the whole thing. That was just the Reader's Digest version.
Yeah,
So.
if you have tens, yeah, you're in there. But
Spicy hand developing here. We had a raise from Optimizer after Chase limped for 25.
oh, he's optimizer this week. Last time I feel like he was optimized
Well,
or optimized.
at this point, he's Optimizer, and he's optimizing the pot up to 500 here on the flop. Jack high, and Chase with only 1.1K effective and having already committed 500 here. Yeah, it looks to me like he's about ready to pile this all in. This is a really sort of disjointed board. You can have some 5-6, I guess. 5-6 with a backdoor that could maybe try to punk you. Other than that, kind of tough to find a hand that you really beat. But Chase is in the tank here. No, I have this completely backwards. Chase has check raised to 500. I apologize. I can't even read the graphics on the screen. Check, bet a 125 from Optimizer, and then a raise to 500. Optimizer the one in the tank, and now he does make the call.
All in blind.
Do apologize for being
And Chase is ripping it blind.
an idiot there. Yeah. 9 of clubs here on the turn.
I mean, he's putting him in a tough spot.
Well, I mean, Optimizer kind of had to know what was coming, right?
Right. If I'm optimizer, I think I actually was in a very similar situation yesterday.
Damn.
Similar kind of board. We both flop top pair. I'm in position. It was check. I bet he check raises really big. And I was like, man,
Okay, man.
like I have top pair, top kicker. I'm sitting on ace king. Like,
Yeah.
there's a number of draws that are out there. And then I just ripped it in for like, it was at 1-2, but I had like 1,000 behind. And
Going after that stack and you move on.
he was like really
Chips on
not
string,
happy
please.
about it because he had priced himself in. He was like, oh man. I was like, I guess I call.
Nice,
And
man.
he showed down king 9.
Which, sorry, I
Just
missed
top
that.
pair.
Just top pair. Yeah.
Top pair, no kicker, basically.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you can get yourself into some weird spots no matter what the stakes. That is for sure. All right, now I'm getting hit with all these questions about how badly would you fuck up this spot in a tournament, Ron.
2,000 play.
Oh, man, good stuff.
C3 is straight.
Let's see
what's
here.
the
I did-
answer?
What?
19
How
is,
bad would I fuck it up?
Yeah, if you're in a tournament at the start and 3 people are all in, do you call with ace in a, let's say the main event, WSOP main event?
Yeah. 3 people are all in. Yeah, you got pocket aces? Sure.
85.
Good.
Raise to
thought.
Yeah.
85. 7 fold.
All right, there was something else in here that I wanted to see. Oh, Kenna James here saying, reasoning for betting the ace set, leveraging position on margin in response to opponent showing weakness and protecting equity versus weaker holdings. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What was that comment about?
Talking about raising or betting the ace-8 on flop and turn from Geo.
Oh.
I mean, sure. Like, I mean, what you're saying isn't like something I disagree with. I guess I generally tend to think of ace highs on boards with a lot of showdown value as boards that I'm going to play slower. And maybe this is like a
Are we
leak in my
talking
game.
about
I
your
don't know.
play, or are we talking about the game that we're watching? Are we critiquing Aaron McAvoy's play, or are we? Because I feel like I'm lost. I have no freaking clue what's going on.
So I made a comment about Geo continuing to bet the ace-8. He bet the flop, which was like, okay, take a stab, whatever. Then he
Okay.
bet the turn. And I had made a comment about, like, I'm not really sure what he's trying to accomplish. Kenna James in the chat was making a comment about what I had said
Thank you.
and giving a response as to
Thank
why he would do that.
I now understand everything in the universe.
All right, Geo here going to raise to 45. Gets called in 3 spots, and we've got a pot of brew in here. 185 in
Yeah.
the middle. Geo, the pre-flop aggressor.
Ooh, spicy.
Spicy indeed.
King 10 of hearts, open-ended, and the king high flush draw. King queen is going to be top pair. Second kicker. Geo still sitting pretty with the aces right now.
6 bets, 110.
But,
What is the size of the island like? What's compared to the
yeah, we got some interesting things happening here.
Calls.
So check, check. Geo continues for 110 here. About 1/3. Cy calls, Ron calls, and Chase is the only player with a whole lot of not much
He's
here.
like,
So
man, I wish I had a hand I could call with. Look how many chips are in this pot.
yeah, 515 now in the middle.
Said you were familiar
And
with
it's
that.
a 10 here onto the turn. Cy makes a pair. Ron.
So now, still has top pair, also open-ended. If Geo hits an ace, there's only one ace left that we know of. It's going to complete the straight for both Cy and Ron, and they'll chop it out.
Another reasonably small wager here from Geo, just sort of managing the size of the pot. On to Cy now, who does have the pair of 10s to go with the up and down straight draw and king high flush draw.
Yeah.
Tough spot to do, and yeah.
All in, yep.
I mean, it's like you kind of want to realize your equity, but at the same time, if you could ever get your opponent to fold a better hand, like now's the time to do it. Piles it all in. Ron snap folds, so he's not a believer in his top pair any longer. And now Geo, let's just see how married is he to the aces. No heart, 1 spade.
Yeah, I mean, my thought process in this is Cy probably doesn't ever have ace-king here. He just flatted free. So, you know, I don't think that you're like at best he has king 9, right?
And then a bunch of 2 pairs, right?
Yeah, which
Queen
I mean
10,
you're
Jack
losing
10.
to them, but yeah,
But you have a ton of equity. I mean,
Yeah.
this is 900 into a pot that's going to go up to almost 3K. I mean, we'll
oh
see.
man,
Some players are capable of folding aces in a spot like this, and Gio is one of them. Other players are not capable. They're just like, I got aces, and I'm just going to go for it, you know, no matter what.
yeah,
But Gio, capable of folding the aces, does make the fold, was ahead, but did have to fade a sizable portion of the
yeah,
deck.
yeah, absolutely. And I definitely like the move from Sai. You know,
Way to do
he
it. Fresh as it gets.
that's how I would probably play the same hand. So I like it.
Yeah. David Pratt is in the chat, and he wants to know if the guy in seat 3 is a plumber who likes to jump on turtles.
Strike me as more than free spirit deck.
Yes, yes, it could be. We're not quite sure, but
Wait,
could
what
be.
happened?
It's a Mario Brothers reference.
Oh, no, he's.
Really?
I don't think that's what he's going for, but I think that might be more along the lines of the look
I
he's
got like
achieved.
the running.
Yep.
I don't think that was the
Big
goal.
old haircut, like, I was like,
Carlo is in the chat. What's going on, buddy? Christopher Schultz, thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. Welcome to the team.
85.
Chase is going to bet, and he's going to win. And we're going to move right along. But let's see here.
occasionally, so like my mom watches her 1 to 2 days a week, like picks her up from daycare. So usually I try to coordinate my time that way. Drop in for a little bit. 'Cause I can do something.
I don't. Sorry, William. You asked a question here about something that happened in Flint. I genuinely don't know anything about that, so I do apologize for not being able to answer that question.
So touched by like how sweet her friends
Maybe
are.
you can Google
I
it.
mean, I will
Maybe
say for, like,
somebody
10
else in the
years,
chat can
or
help you
whatever.
out.
It's like right when she first turns into Canada. And all her friends are so supportive. I was
Raven
like,
Toe with some
Lord.
wise wisdom here as well says there's no one correct answer to poker questions. Even the experts will disagree on many plays. That's absolutely true. And, you know, so at the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to. Is that we're all going to play our game. We're going to play our game our way, and we should embrace that too, right? So there's a lot of people out there that are striving to play like purely GTO or whatever. They want to be the best in the world, and they think that playing GTO is the way to accomplish that. And generally speaking, the players that have really taken GTO strategy and digested it and turned it into a working strategy that they can implement at the table, they're doing quite well. I mean, the people at the top of the food chain that we see playing these high rollers and stuff, I mean, they're doing pretty cool stuff, and a lot of it meshes with GTO, and yet at the same time, they're implementing new ways to sort of exploit their opponents. Because if everybody is like,
That's
all
the
right,
biggest thing is that you can't, whatever it is, if you are, you know, existing in a world where your understanding is that everything has already been optimized and that there's nothing new that can be added that will improve anything for anyone. Well, then I think eventually you're going to fall behind. So you have to just keep changing and being a trendsetter in these things and coming up with new stuff. And there is a hand here where Chase just flopped the straight with
Drawing
4
on that
deuce, and
diamond draw.
Chaz was ace high.
Chase said something to him. Big Daddy Chaz sort of saw the writing on the wall and dipped out, and did save himself from any further damage. Perhaps had some, nefarious ideas about let's see what happens if another diamond comes off, because guess what I have in hand, the ace of diamonds, but is not to be. Chase will take that one down.
Someone said
yeah.
that there's a book we have to read, or we should quit poker.
Because he could have 7.
But then who would be the fish if I quit?
We have a dealer change next hand.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, so what's the last thing I was going to say there? So, the really pretty cool thing about GTO as well is that it's a concept that, from a mathematical standpoint, could theoretically solve the game if you ran every possible scenario and compiled that into some sort of giant database or whatever, and then just like called from that. You could theoretically have solved the game. The problem is that we don't have the ability as human beings to digest that sort of information and then be able to integrate it into our
Or
game at the
just
table.
realistically play an infinite number of hands so that the equities, so that everything works out in the end. Because
Well, that wouldn't change the strategy, though, right? I mean, because
no,
it's not
but
a
sometimes
result
the
thing.
strategy.
Wow, pretty good flop for
Oh,
Ron here real quick, as we'll get back to the banter in a moment. Flop a straight for Chase and flop a boat here for Ron. Kevin with a pair of deuces. The king on the turn is
Yeah.
probably going to get
It's gonna
him.
be tough to get paid here, Ron. See how it goes.
Yeah, Kevin bet the flop just sort of hoping that he could just take this one down. But when Ron continues, the king peels off, and now Ron is betting the turn. I feel like your deuces just have to go in the garbage. See if Kevin agrees or if he feels sticky.
I see color.
Playing deuces out of position once again, just like the bane of anyone's existence. Yeah, there we go.
I agree. Raventoe saying computers can never truly solve poker the way they can chess or checkers because
Thank you very much, everyone.
of the psychology involved. And that's the thing. Once you input the actual human element, like you can try to anticipate how the human element is going to respond in given situations, but it's
Yeah, solving
crapshoot.
checkers is not quite the same, right? It is more like solving chess in respect to that there are just so many more options available. But really, when someone talks about solving poker, it's not necessarily the same type of problem that you're trying to solve, right? In chess and in checkers, there are limited moves. Like you literally have just pieces that have constraints, and
Right.
so you would just be like brute forcing what is every possible combination of the moves that are available, and that's a finite number, and you would
Right.
eventually exhaust that. In poker, it's a little bit different, but not so different. I don't know. At the end of the day, you're not really trying to factor in the human element, is really what I mean to say here.
Sure.
If you're trying to find a Nash equilibrium of like, if I play optimally against another player that is playing optimally, then neither of us will win. That's the grand result of solving poker, quote unquote, is that no one would win. And
that sounds terrible.
exactly, it does sound terrible.
Why are we
but
trying to do that? Whose idea was this? God,
oh man,
that guy needs to be
mathematician.
fired.
Yeah. Anyways, we can probably put this one to rest, but let's take a look at some 4-card PLO pump pots and stuff.
Well, we got Dave has top pair and the flush draw. Kevin's got a pair. The only people with equity are Optimizer, Dave. Chaz has a 2-pair, bottom 2-pair. Not great. Optimizer's open-ended plus. Open-ended plus, we'll call it.
So 4 players to the turn, 5 of hearts.
Gives Optimizers some additional outs. Dave picks up another pair.
Yeah, Optimizer is just on this Omega draw. Look at this. He's got the full
Well,
wrap.
yeah,
He's
now he
got
turned
the hearts.
the hard draw too, yeah. Pretty good turn for him.
Dave is betting here with, what, 10s and 5s and a bad club flush draw.
Yeah.
Chase calling. Gio is, he's out of the way now. He's like, nah, this hand is not worth continuing. Optimizer will call, and We're going to go three
Chase
ways.
got the mystery hand. Jack of hearts, king high hearts as far as we can tell.
Chase in there with something, though, so not
Yeah,
quite
of
clear
course.
if the king high flush is going to be best, but
That's 400 into 510.
yeah. Interesting. Playing this one as a lead for optimizer when you've been, I mean, yes,
Check
like the
calling.
backdoor flush is going to be way less likely to be like someone's in there with the nut every time.
Yeah.
Betting 400, yeah, you just
It's
get
more
folds.
likely that he's got the straight there that gets her at the end than he does. Actually, I think he did have a straight there at the end, too, because he had 7-9. So, I mean, his straight draw
Sure.
got there
Sure.
also.
I'm just thinking from a standpoint of like, if I bet 400 there as optimizer, or you say you do, right? Optimizer doesn't matter. Bet 400 and then someone pots it behind you, like, "Ugh," right? And everything folded when he bet the 400, and I'm wondering what would have called, right? Like, it's just kind of maybe hard for me to
The straight,
think
I
of
mean-
a hand that would have called the 400 that he would have gotten the value from.
The straight, top set, something like that.
Maybe.
I think he probably was under the impression that Dave's hand that he was betting was stronger than it actually was.
Yeah, no, could be. David Pratt here in the chat wants to join me in the booth so that we can spend an hour or two talking about various approaches of formal verification of poker. Well, if it starts with you saying that the element of imperfect information being the real impediment to solving the game, then I disagree entirely, because solving the game doesn't require the information. At least insofar as any solve would be capable of doing. But we're really starting to go down the nerdy rabbit hole here.
Yeah, I'm just totally tuning you out at this point. Yeah. We are, I'm just chilling, you know.
Just chilling. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're chilling. And we don't have to talk about theory or solving anymore. Because Big Daddy Chaz has the 75 on. And that lovely bottle of Malibu hanging out there.
Yeah. I actually think it's probably impeding the view of his chips, and you probably should move it just as a dealer. Like, I would be like, yo, Chaz, you can't.
Except for the fact that, like, Chaz has all the chips, so it doesn't really matter. I
Yeah,
think-
that's true. It's just like everyone knows he's got him covered.
Yeah,
so.
Chaz has you covered. Plus, the Tower Blacks is pretty well out front. Sai
Sai
here
finally plays a hand very aggressively and does not get any action.
David.
Weird how that happened.
David Pratt has trouble getting second dates because of conversations like
Yeah,
this one.
I can imagine. Tone it down, dude.
I love that. Oh, man. All right. Chaz is not slowing down here. He is going to put the 75 on, it looks like, just as the single straddle here. Going to really just drive the action.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
interesting
some
approach.
Chase type stuff, right? I mean, Chase is the king of putting the 65 out there and the 165 and such. Ron,
It's really on. I'm not gonna lie.
let's go.
It's kind of too bad that Ron is not like if it went Chase, Ron, or Chaz, Ron, Chase, we would have triple straddles every opportunity, and they would be $600. But we have Kevin in between them, and that is impeding on that
Yeah.
dramatically. Yeah.
Sai here with an unscanned hand is going to 3-bet to 400 over this open to 225.
What's
So
gonna
this
happen?
is a min-click 3-bet from Sai out of position.
Oh, you get one hand sign. Now you think you're the boss.
This is a very strong
Yeah, it's a very small.
play, generally speaking.
7-7 deuce. No.
Not even close. Generally speaking, most flops are nowhere near 7 deuce offsuit. Sai here is
Is
gonna
that
be-
why there's a game about playing it?
Yes,
Is that why people pay people to play it?
I think that's
'Cause
right.
it
And
doesn't-
why it's
it
the
doesn't
worst
play
hand in
very
poker.
well?
Yeah.
It's usually not a winning hand to showdown.
Bet a 375 here from Sai, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that. And Ron gonna give it up. Valiant effort. I respect it. But when the nittiest player at the table 3-bets you small from the small blind, I think it's safe to say that you aren't going to win that hand.
Chris Holland wants to know what's the deal with the bottle of Malibu. Shouldn't it be Patron in Texas? Well, no, it's just a Big Daddy Chaz thing. But you know what? We don't discriminate down here in Texas, especially at the Texas Card Room, Texas Card House, I should say. Card Room. You should come on in, hang out with us, and bring whatever you want to drink, and be a jolly good sailor at the table with whatever beverage floats your boat.
The chat wants to know if Ron's mustache is real. I hope it is. I hope it's real. I hope that he grew that out and then got a little just for men face stuff, brushed that in, and, you know, because obviously it's just a shade darker than his hair on his head.
Yeah, just a little bit. Ron is all in for 3,000 here. And Gio's going to go for it. Gio's like, let's go. They're going to run it twice, I guess. Pile it all in with a pair of sixes and then hope to keep your money, I guess.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, rip it one time and double up.
Nah, 2 times.
You shouldn't lose any of your outs on that.
Oh. Oh.
Sixes get
Ace.
counterfeit.
Ace high.
Yeah, chop it up.
That's a fun way to
Yeah.
I've become a big proponent of the rip it one time these days.
Really?
Yeah. I think there's just something a little bit more satisfying
I
about
have
just like winning or
been-
losing than chopping.
What am I missing there?
Someone says I sound like Roseanne. I guess I quit.
What it was?
I'm out.
No, that's a compliment.
I mean, all right. Anyways, moving on. I have found myself lately not carrying enough cash on me, and I have been now let's go twice because even though ahead behind it doesn't matter. Like I'm like, oh, I just don't really want to buy in again. So like twice is good.
Gotcha.
Which is for me.
So you're a nit now.
I don't know if it's I mean, I'm still like putting all my chips in the middle. Like they're in play.
I kid. Just had to, try to get you to join me in the knit streets. Let's see here. $100 straddle from Chase, and believe it or not, nobody wants to play for that amount. Ron disagrees. He's ready to go. 250 with Jack 10 offsuit, and Chase not going to orphan his little babies out there for 150 more. Does make the call, and heads up to a flop. Chase in position.
That's a nice flop for Chase, sort of. Yeah.
Oh, it's a brilliant flop for Chase. I mean, size of the pot notwithstanding, you don't really mind flopping 2 pair most of the time. Ron does continue for a small size 175. And Chase going to find out where he's at here, going to raise it up to 500. And he finds out that he is winning.
Yep.
Got a 6.
6 is good.
There we go. Nice.
Chase never one to shy away from showing his cards.
Mm-hmm. All right. Neither Cy nor Caitlin have made it to showdown.
Oh, we haven't gotten to the point of the question of whether or not that's. Oh well, I said I hope it is. I mean, do you want me to go out there and like rip it off his face, guys? Because if I get enough, if you drop enough deuces in this chat, I might go to it.
Is there any real question as to whether or not it's real or fake? Really? Have you ever seen someone with a mustache that uniform and shiny?
I mean, no, but like, how many people just have mustaches nowadays, anyways?
Not very many. That's true.
Yeah, and I mean, it could also be just like a piece of electrical tape from here. I can't even tell.
That
you
is
know?
mostly what it looks like to me. But I think it's
Or
actually
a black
from.
Band-Aid.
Well, at first I thought it was a black Band-Aid, but now I believe that it is a piece of tape that has been. I mean, look at the shape, right? You got the nice contoured edges.
Have you ever heard of this thing called scissors?
No. Tell
Oh,
me
well,
more.
So it's like two pieces of metal sharpened. And they're used for cutting things.
That just reminded me that it can be really sort of entertaining to ask someone to describe something like scissors as though they were talking to someone who had never seen them before and didn't know what they were.
Oh yeah, I would need
And
to
you
try a
do-
lot harder.
Yeah, like you would just completely fail at describing
Yeah, that was
scissors,
a terrible
right?
description.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to drag it out too long. I could have gone further into it, but I was like, yeah, this is gonna get just real dumb real fast.
Real dumb, real fast.
So I shut it down.
Yeah. Marcus Garrett here in the chat says the biggest pot he's lost in his life was to Cy in the 8th seat up in Oklahoma.
Oh, in Oklahoma.
That's amazing.
Share your story, Marcus.
Yeah, we need to know more about.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yep, agreed.
We've all lost big pots to Cy. So I understand the pain.
Cy here, the pre-flop aggressor, gets called by Geo from the straddle. We see an ace-high board here, 2 spades. Cy will continue for 50, and Geo with a standard check call spot. And goes for the check raise line instead.
Another 10.
Yeah, Cy not going
Okay.
anywhere. Geo, foot on the gas here, gonna bet 150, and that's small-ish sizing, but Cy, after picking up no additional equity, is just gonna bail out.
Oh, that's not the change. That's the start.
Interesting hands we've had here so far. Nothing too crazy though. Ron went all in with the ace-king, nobody called. I guess we had the 6s against the, what the hell was it? 6s against
Ace king.
ace-king and chop it up.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see Jeff call. I don't know how much. I don't know how deep he is.
Yeah, he had like 1.3 or something, I think. I mean, it was almost
Yeah.
1.5K that he called off. Caitlin still looking down at some raggy-ish cards.
I mean,
so I'm not
ish.
gonna
Come
play.
on. You're on the stream. Let's go.
Yeah, 9-8 in the cutoff. Let's go. Come on, pump it up.
Ah.
Chase 3-betting the 10 Dewey.
See, that's what we like to see.
That is what we like to see. Geo here. King Jack off, facing this action. 4-better fold. He chooses fold.
See, we're heads up.
Chaz, though, it's only 80 more for him, so he'll play in position against Chase, and
Throwing out.
these two players will go head-to-head once again.
Oh, dude, you were so happy, dude.
Love David Pratt's take here.
Oh, I was laughing about the question who's winning and Gary C's answer.
Oh, yeah.
It was actually pretty. It was a pretty good one.
That is witty.
Chase flops top pair with his
You
nonsense,
play big one?
and Chaz flops second
Wait, you
pair.
pick one of yours? You pick one of mine?
Yeah,
And Chase is going to show him a card, and it's the deuce of clubs. Chaz now may just be stuck here
Same side.
to continue because, all right,
Now
he's going to
got
show
the
him the king.
showing.
Versus the 2. Yeah. You got a call here.
Of clubs.
I have no idea where.
It's not going.
I don't think Chaz can fold now. Like, unless he
Now when
picks
you
up
see
something.
the deuce,
Yeah, unless he picks something else up, from Chase's behavior somewhere along this, somewhere along the line in his hand. You know your opponent has a deuce. There's only one card that beats you, and
Yeah.
that's a 10. Really tough to think of. And Chase 3-bet.
Yeah.
So he's got
This
the
is
10
very
of clubs
fun hand.
or nothing. And
Unless he had 5 deuce of clubs, and now he was ahead, and he's not. What did he bet? $15.
Chaz bets 15. Chase calls.
Oh, man.
6:45 in the middle. These two players are having a jolly good time. 4 of clubs now here on the end. And let's see if Chaz bets like 25 just to see if he can get to showdown for nothing.
No, Chase did it. 20.
Yeah,
Beat him
Chase
to the
first to
punch.
act, so 20. I mean, so Chaz is never folding. It's just a question of whether or not he should credibly be raising. Oh, he does. It's like you have the one hand I can't beat. Oh, man. It's really funny to watch these hands play out when they're giving each other so much information.
It is.
But really, like, Chase just had to have exactly the 10 of clubs. There's one card, so totally understandable that Chaz is going to raise
Well,
for value
right,
there.
and just happened to have the deuce to show him to make it so that he, like, Chaz couldn't fold.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Pretty ridiculous hand right there. Market's here giving us the lowdown. It says playing 1-3, both 1,500 deep. He flopped a set after raising big pre-flop. He called all 3 streets with an overpair and disbelief because he'd run some other bluffs that night, and it was a 3K pot. No, understandable, man. He is a strong, aggressive player. He will bet 3 streets on you more than a lot of people will, and some of the time he will definitely be bluffing. But we'd love to see him here tonight, and he loves to see a couple of kings in the hole.
Yeah.
I gotta do
Again, the only cards that, from my perspective, that Sai is playing is kings. The only other hands that he's played, I'm pretty sure he just.
by the way.
Oh no, he had King 10 suited, and then a mystery hand, and that's it.
Yeah, he had a queen jack, and he had some other shit. Yeah, not much. Gio, though, going to call with a couple of sailboats. Optimizer will get priced in from the big blind with 7-5 suited. And Dave here cutting out a call with the ace tray.
All right, let's see. 3, 4, 6.
how many blue chips he has.
3, 4, 6, that would be a spicy one. Nope, just one of the other flops that side didn't really want to see.
Yeah.
Turns out it doesn't connect with his opponents that well. Optimizer does have the dummy end of the up and down straight draw. Sai will continue, though, 160 in the middle. Mandatory continue with the overpair. That's 75, and Optimizer the only one that has a real shot at continuing here, but you could just already be dead. I mean, I guess not dead, right? You've always got backdoor hearts working if they do have a straight, but he is going to peel one off. Another 8. Of all the cards that could pair the board, the 8 is one of the better ones. And we're just going to check to a river where Sai will win with the
Yeah, I can't imagine.
the 2 pair
If
if
it
we get
checks
to
the
showdown.
side that he bets at it here. No, you can't.
So Sai is one of the few capable players, I think, at these stakes that could sense that there's maybe just the tiniest bit of value. Of course, you know, very reasonable to just check it down.
Yeah, of
but
course.
I've seen Sai go for the thinnest value in some spots like this before too.
Against you, though?
No, against the field. But it's also really interesting when he's gone for these spots and then gotten check raised. I don't know. It's you know, this is not the best example of the hand, but I've seen him go for thin value, get check raised or something,
Yeah.
and then just like go deep into the blender, make some sort of like hero call and is right, but turns over his hand. It's like, how the fuck did any of that happen, right?
Yeah.
Like, Sai is one of the few players that I see the most like unique and
I have
eyebrow raising, like, whoa, what the hell was
Excuse me.
that? you know, type
I
of hand.
told Sai 100 times. He is the player at the table who scares me the most. Always, 100% of the time, if he is at the table. And it's his like,
You're not supposed to tell him that.
it's like he's very quiet for the most part. He's got this like wicked stare down, and obviously I know he's a good player.
Yeah,
but
very sharp.
when you like add it all together, I'm just like, oh, I don't want to be in a hand with you, Sai. Of all the people to call my bet here, anyone else, please.
Caitlin here gonna squeeze from the straddle. 275 to go, but relatively modest sizing. And Big Daddy Chaz is gonna channel his inner Phil Hellmuth. Queen 4 offsuit here, ready to do battle.
Oh.
Ace high, 1 diamond. Caitlin here gonna continue with the gutty. And that'll get the job done to her content. But yeah, I mean, so just to pull on that thread a little bit, Sai is one of the characters that will generally take more sort of like bet lines, or let's get all the chips in and put you in the most uncomfortable position. Whereas a lot of the other players are going to be more comfortable sort of containing the size of the pot, you know, making sure that things don't rapidly get out of hand where they feel like they're only going to lose to the nuts or whatever. So anyways, Sai has definitely managed to bluff me in a couple of big spots because it's like, shit, there are no bluffs here. And then he just happens to have some fucked up hand that he's like, nah, I'm going to turn this into a bluff and see what happens, you know? Pretty cool. All right, $100 straddle is on. Bunch of folding happening. Oh, Sai's got something. Let's go. Ace King.
All right, I can't leave. I was going to step away for a second, but I have to study Sai's play so that he scares me slightly less.
That is what we will gain from watching Sai. Is
I don't
a
think
little
this
bit
is
of
going to amount to much of anything unless Big Daddy Chaz. It depends on how much Malibu is left in that bottle. Whoa.
He's gonna rip it all in and Sai's snap
man.
calls. That's a 3, and Sai now needs to catch up. He is behind and gets
Oh,
bailed
there you
out
go.
with a king on the
They
river.
ripped
This was,
it once.
yeah.
What in God's name just happened?
And Chaz is like, dude, I had you for a minute. I
he
had
sure
you.
did. Wow.
Yeah. Pretty
Okay, so
crazy
what I've
hand.
learned from this scenario is that do not rip it all in against Sai with 8-3.
Or maybe anyone, really. I'm not sure if it just
Okay.
is Sai.
So no one when
I
they
just
when
think-
they make a sizable raise against your straddle,
I generally
but you're
think that's
also
going
like
to be
8
a
million
winning
big
strategy.
blinds deep, you probably shouldn't
Yeah, I think so.
put all your chips in the middle.
I think that's right.
That was a good lesson to learn.
Yeah, yeah, but you saw it here first, and this is where we learn these lessons, you know.
Oh, and here he goes. He's going back to the Malibu. If he doesn't have chips, at least he's got Malibu. Oh, no. Should I find him some more? Are you sure?
Oh no.
All right, I'm going to check. I'm gonna go on a hunt. All right, maybe not yet.
Got my namesake Aaron here in the chat. What's up, dude?
All right, I'm going to go real quick.
All right, run. I'll hold down the fort.
What a move. Flop the
And
pair. Flop the pair. God,
Thank
so
you.
close to holding up.
All right, so we've spent these last few moments getting all of the chips counted down from the sort of blind on blind disaster that just occurred for Big Daddy Chaz running into the Ace King from Sai, who had no fear whatsoever about committing his stack
Cheers.
into the middle and receiving the double up. And we're going to do ourselves a nice cheers for the table. As Shyler Wynn here wants to know, where is TCH Austin located? Well, we are just up north of the Austin area off of 183, Highway 183. up at Anderson Mill. So if you're in or around that area, please come on by, hang out with you, hang out with us. You know, come on by and hang out with you.
Chaz offered to come.
Buckle up. Thank you very much for that.
Please mess it up.
Oh man.
He's a guy, he does it by getting it wet, you know.
Yeah.
Matt Benjamin says, "AA run on the mic. That's clearly worth a like." Well, hell yeah. Libasan 2, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team. I hope I did your name justice there. For whatever reason, my like counter is frozen at 16. I know that that's not right, but if you haven't had an opportunity to strike the like button with the force of at least one ostrich, please do consider doing so. We would appreciate you oh so much. Ron and Big Daddy Chaz getting tangled up here as 8 high board will give Chaz top pair and Ron an up and down straight draw. 2 overs to the board, backdoor spades. This could get spicy. Ron actually has the lion's share of the equity, despite the fact that he does not have a pair. Womp. Yeah, Ron goes from 52% equity to 97.
Oh, no, I said our
Half pot size, a little bit over wager here from Ron, and Chaz is going to
ripping
go
it
all
in.
in, and Ron snaps him with the nuts, and Chaz is drawing to a 9 for a chop, and that's not a 9. That's a deuce of hearts, and in back-to-back hands, Chaz has gone from chip leader or close to it to felted.
Yeah.
Tough run there.
Very
for Chaz.
interesting turn of events.
Yeah, I feel like the 8-3 play may have just been a little bit tilting, right? The 8-10 there, definitely a hand to continue. Maybe not for all of the chips there on the turn, but went for it.
You've been challenged, I guess,
Have I?
by Pratt.
Oh, is it a gamble? Are we?
I don't
ready
know.
to
He said,
gamble?
"Fight me." So whatever that means.
Shit. A fist fight? What kind of fight?
I'm gonna put my money on Aaron. Sorry, Pratt. He's got like reach and
Yeah, I've got at least a foot on him, right?
yeah. So
Here's what I need.
Nathan here. Any thoughts on fixing the lighting at the table? TCH Dallas lighting is quite a bit better. Well, I guess I didn't know that there was a problem with it, but thank you for bringing that to our attention.
So there's always been comments about the lighting. The lighting in the room in general here is just there is a lot of black in the room, black ceilings, black walls, black floors. That there isn't in Dallas, so Dallas gets a lot more reflective light from the room itself. So the lighting setup is very similar at the table.
In terms of like the actual table lighting.
Yes.
Yeah.
It just so happens that, all of the black in the room is absorbing all of that light and instead of reflecting it back like it does.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I guess in that regard, we won't be able to do much about that. But yeah, always do appreciate your feedback. And if there's anything that we can do to improve the lighting, then hopefully the production staff can do something about that. As far as fighting Mr. Pratt here, if you want to gamble, I'd be open to that. If you really want to fight, then we probably have to televise it and charge pay-per-view prices.
Yeah.
Because, you're my buddy. He says gamble, and he wants me to go first. Well, it's not up to us because Carolyn has won, and she sets the rules around here.
Well, I will let you go first, and then Pratt, and then me.
All right, me,
If it's
Pratt.
time. Is it time? I think it's time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's-
I think it is.
I just tried to gramble.
How'd that go?
It didn't work.
That's too bad.
Let's go, Ron.
What's the highest stack? Probably
All right, I'm in. Pratt, you're next, and then Carolyn goes third. Optimizer here, Jack 10 suited, lovely hand, gonna raise to 275.
I just want you to remember the whole time.
All right,
you ask
64, beat that, you clowns. Uh-oh, Padawan producer Kristen is sneaking in here, as is Frank and Bob, so
Oh, what?
wager's getting all messed up.
Are you rolled a 64?
Yeah. Well, at least Frank took the 84. Bob took the 83. I'll take those.
Pratt, your odds are not looking good. Yeah, 49. I'm going to need to let a couple more rolls come in here. Oh,
He didn't even look at me.
95. That one's gone.
But he's like, I
He felt it. He felt it.
All right. Yeah, oops.
All right, so I'm up 20 on Pratt.
how many hours you got on it now? You said you picked it up with
I
8 hours?
can't imagine I win this, but that'd be cool.
Oh yeah, 270.
That's still not.
Yeah.
I've been able to.
Pair of 10s will be best if we make it to showdown. Ron, though, reaching for chips, does have the Ace of Hearts blocker, which is the key card right now.
Take my dad's vote out. whenever-
1.2K full pot size bet here, an optimizer with third pair.
He's got a 30-foot
Yeah,
CRA.
it
Forget what it's.
Woohoo! Got my 20 back.
300.
Optimizer gonna think this one through. Check on the flop.
When
Bet 350 and a call, and now full pot size bet here on the end. And Optimizer's got to just believe,
Yeah.
that Ron would have to be up to really no good here.
Which he was.
He was up to no
He
good.
was indeed up to no good.
But that's one of the spots in poker that we can all see what they have, and so we know that, like, oh, it would have been a sick hero call, whatever. But, like, it's okay to get bluffed in poker. It is.
Of
It happens.
course.
And third pair on that board is with no heart, whatever, right? Like,
It's
you can
almost
just fold. You can just
like,
fold and not be worried
if
about
he
it.
makes that call there,
Good to see you too, hon.
I think I almost am like, how? How do you know that he's up to
Yeah.
that much no good? Like,
If you have enough experience with people where you can see through their soul and just like you
I
know when
actually
they're bluffing or something, that's
personally
great.
have a soul read on Ron, so I would have called him there, but that is, and he knows it too, though. Now. Yeah, he wouldn't try that against me. But
So he just have to cover his entire face in mustaches to keep
yeah.
you from knowing what's going on. Wow.
Yeah.
Geo here going to raise to 300. We keep getting these gigantic straddles.
Yeah, I
so-
think it was 150. So straddle was 150.
Yeah, so Geo is going to min click. He's starting the hand with like 13 blinds, so he's going to min click this to 300. Big Daddy Chaz, King Queen suited, is going to put in 3 bets to 800.
Oh, Ron letting the ace jack go.
Ooh.
Interesting. Oh, Chase has 9s. What a hand already.
Chase is not going to go all in. He's going to call this. And is Geo just
Oh,
calling?
wow.
Geo's just calling.
Yeah,
Some
when
very
that
awkward.
action gets reopened to you, if you're going to continue, I think you have to just rip it, right?
Well, but he has no fold equity, right?
Yeah.
So
I
this way he
guess.
gets to see a flop and at least decide then. But it's sort
still,
of
it's
like, yeah,
what are you going to do then? Fold? Okay, good luck with that.
Well, it comes king high for Big Daddy Chaz. He's looking to get some of his chippies back. He's going to check it over. Chase
And
can't
then
be
he
too
rips it,
inspired, so
and
he'll
he's
check.
going to get called, for sure.
I think this is sort of fine. I mean, like, it's as of right now, we can see Geo has an 18% chance of getting bailed out in this hand, but like,
5, 6, 7.
you had no fold equity. You were just piling all the money in. You could have been way behind and whatever. This way, at least you have the
At
semblance
least now you
of,
know you're way behind. That makes it better somehow.
No, I'm saying that with the
Oh my God,
limited.
Chase is coming along too.
Wow. With the limited
just a
stack
call,
depth that he
call,
had to
call.
work with. If he's going to do anything that isn't fold, then calling there I think is perfectly fine. It's weird. These spots don't happen very often. This is more tournament style play.
Yeah, Chase just calling there in the first place is very strange.
Good luck, all in.
Get him, Chaz.
I certainly don't think this call is doing very well.
Well, we're going to see.
Some players all in, action on the side.
10.
Geo
All
picks
right.
up some equity. And by picks some up, I mean goes from 18 to 13. But if he didn't hit an
I mean,
ace,
this
it
is Chaz has been
Really
obviously
trying to beat a 9 on the turn, not a 10.
playing some poker tonight for sure. So, you know, he might just be.
No 9.
Is that a 9? No,
No.
God, that's an 8. I was like, did Chaz just somehow run into... oh, no, no,
9
but Chase
wouldn't
folded
have
anyways. Chase folded anyways.
Oh yeah, that would be gross.
So Chaz will get to rake in a massive pot here.
Yeah.
And it looks like... Yeah, Geo is going to rebuy. Not going to take the ones, as the ones don't play in the 5-5. So
Right.
you use those for the tippenings, and outside of that, they're not going to play. So there we go.
There's
There's
the
some
tippening right
tippening.
there. A nice little green bird for Jesse.
So Alice here in the chat wants to know, why would you jam with ace-10 on that board? And it's a weird spot, and I'm not saying that, like, yeah, you should always play it that way, but when it gets checked to you on the flop, you might be able to, every once in a while, jam your 900 into 2.4K and have your opponents just be like, well, I don't have anything that connects with King
Right.
4,
Right.
3 rainbow, right? And you can just win. Or maybe you get it all in against someone who's just like sticky with 6s. And
Or
yeah,
like
you're
Chase.
behind,
So
but
like if, for example, if Chaz isn't in that hand with the king and he rips it with ace-10, Chase still calls with 9s and 10 on the turn, and he
yeah,
wins.
like you have equity against the hands that are not pumped on King 3 deuce.
Right.
And the fact that Chaz just like hammered that flop and then is smart enough to check it over and let you punch all your money in,
course.
where if he leads out, then you fold. Like, yeah, it's not a great spot, but
Although-
at the same time,
I also find that
How'd you fumble a ball? You're
in that scenario right there where Chaz is the 3 better pre-flop,
Since then.
and him checking it over to Jeff, that would, for me, if I'm Jeff there, that's a red flag. That like, man, why is he checking?
Why is he
He
checking?
wants me to rip it in here.
yeah,
But-
I don't know. It's weird. The whole hand is
Are we?
weird.
Is there another all in here? What just happened? Man, Jesse is just dealing fire.
Chase was all in.
Goddamn
Ace
Gibbo.
Jack versus Ace Jack, and they're going to chop it up. So, yeah, sorry, we missed some of that. I think some of the action may have been missing, but we certainly missed what was going on there.
Yeah.
If a 10 came on the river, dude. My nut.
Oh, man. Fantastic. What is this table? LOL. Yeah, no, that's what you get when people are putting out $100 and $150 straddles and such. And the stack depth is, you know, on average around 2 to 3K. The chips are going to get in the middle over and over and over, and we've seen
this is
some
cool.
suboptimal plays in addition to just like, well, what the hell do you do here? I guess
We've
pile
seen
it
some
in.
gambling tonight. We don't need to call it suboptimal play. We've seen some gamble. There's some people at this table
Tried so hard with
who did not come here to fold.
That is the truth.
And
Can't force it, baby. Let
here
it
we are.
be you.
So Chase is going to get chipped down after that all in and call with ace jack. Oh, no, it was the previous
nines,
hand,
yeah.
the 9s that kind of fucked him up. And then he was just all in there with ace jack versus ace jack. So not going to add on at the moment. Looks like this may be his just sort of play the nub and see what happens.
I wasn't hallucinating. So
It's funny when 1.3K is a nub.
Oh, I was so far
Yeah.
away.
Gotta love Texas.
I haven't listened to him.
Yeah, and like the buy-ins at the start of this game were not crazy.
Check, please.
All right, Dave limps. Caitlin raises to 35, gets 3-bet by Ron. And Caitlin is going to play this one in position. King, queen, off suit. First, the king, queen suited. Ron with the initiative. And Chase is going to add on, so. Here we go. King high board. Both players going to pick up top pair. Caitlin does have backdoor diamonds working.
She got 2%.
Yes.
More equity.
2K and black, 1K and pink, please.
Someone left them as if they're like a water bottle.
Bet of 125 and a call. Queen on the turn. No diamond, obviously. So these players are going to chop the pot when we do inevitably make it to showdown. But both players just can't wait to get all the chips in the middle.
know.
I'm going to take this opportunity to step out and use the
All
restroom.
right.
I'll be right back.
400 to call. Caitlin is going to think about it for a moment and rip it all in for 2.2 and a quick call.
Queen. Son of a.
And they both boat up on the river. They did run it twice before knowing what each other's holdings were, so Jesse did his part in putting out 2 rivers.
I'd rather that happen than lose.
And we're moving on.
Does it say you're not?
Okay. Oh, every time Aaron leaves the room, someone wants me to tell something embarrassing about Aaron.
We're deeper now, baby.
Oh man, I need like something to tell you guys. I mean, he's a nerd. Is that embarrassing? No, you guys knew that.
Yes.
Let's see. All right.
Not much, brother. All right, Dave here. I'm back, by the way. Dave here. Ace
Welcome
Jack
back.
suited from +1. Cy, Ace Queen suited from +2. These two players going to get into a little bit of a raising war.
We got another hour based on Chase's schedule.
Dan Grant, what's on that dude's upper lip who just had the king queen hand? That I don't think that's for Pratt. Is there really a note in here from Pratt?
I don't think it's that either. Did you
No.
really leave a note here? Oh
Now
wait, what's this?
feels like some sort of Easter egg
No.
hunt. Kevin waking up with kings, gonna go ahead and 4-bet. Cold 4 from the cutoff. And back over to Dave. Dave's gonna call with Ace Jack suited. Sort of like, I'm not gonna get pushed around here. But this is calling a cold 4-bet. You guys open from +1 and then a 3-bet from +2. This is really strong. Cy is now like sort of getting priced in here, but this sucks. He's gonna fold, yeah. Like he doesn't even want to see the flop. I'm not sure that
Yeah.
he should like fold there, but I definitely like where Cy's head is at, right?
Oh, just top set.
Yeah, top set here.
That's probably pretty good here.
Yeah, because like Cy is just like almost always dominated or way behind something. It's like he needs to make spades or his hand will not be good.
I mean, there's nothing that you like seeing there besides 3 spades on the flop.
Yeah, so Kevin checks back the king high board. A brilliant card peels off for him to get paid. Ace of hearts on the turn, and Dave leads out for 500, leaving himself just 655 behind. Kevin's going to raise them all in, and I mean, Dave now, I mean, he knows he's toast. Like, he's literally dead. He's got to know it, and yet he's put almost all of his chips in this pot. Let's see if he can preserve the remaining 655, or if he does indeed throw them the way of Kevin. I mean, it's just, does your opponent ever do this with something else? They just don't. They just don't. He's going to put him in there,
Wow,
though, and
yeah.
he's just drawing dead. And
Yeah.
Kevin is going to be the recipient of Dave's chips.
Yeah.
Tough run out there. The ace on the turn, obviously, sort of setting Dave up. But, yeah, just really nice spot there for Kevin as well. Waking up with the kings, flopping the top set. Always love to see it.
Okay.
David Pratt here says, where's my 40, Aaron, on a Post-it? Please tell me it was still there.
No,
Live stream.
I didn't see it.
No. Wait, do I owe you 40, Pratt? Because I thought you paid me 40 at the cage the other day, and I thought we were square. But maybe I owe you money. My note in my phone said that I was due 40 from you,
Oh.
but you handed me 40 at the cage the other day, so we're probably back to 0.
You can't even tell the glue.
You taking anybody for a ride yet on
Dan
Anyway.
Grant coming in when I want to watch poker and not a reality show. I love being able to watch TCH live. Thank you. That's what we're trying to bring some poker. You know, we're having fun with it, but
I don't know.
it's about the poker. It's a little bit about the people. But
So Pratt, I owed you 40, and now I only owe you 20. Is that right?
God, take care of your business
Yeah. Sorry.
on your own time.
It is my time,
Just
kind of.
All right. Dave limping with the sixes. Caitlin's going to make it 50 with ace 7 of clues.
Okay. No,
Clovers.
I think you're right, David. All right. So now I just owe you 20.
Dave playing with chips he has yet to receive. Does not flop a set and will fold.
Quickly
That's a
folding the
very-
sixes there.
Yeah. I can't say I would do the same, but he's probably a little hesitant since he just lost all his chips.
Yeah. I mean, the big Broadway paired boards too. It also sort of feels bad because you're like, if they're gonna bet the flop, they might bet the turn, and then what the
Right,
fuck am I gonna
right.
do then? But pair of sixes is pretty strong hand there. Most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would rather. I mean, you can. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
We're moving on.
Yeah. Jay here says hello from Detroit. Finally decided to subscribe to join the chat. Well, welcome, man. Thank you very much for subscribing.
Yeah, this is where the action is. The action is in the chat.
That's right, man. Appreciate you joining us. So. Chance. Sounds like a good convo to have over text. Shut up about your gambling debts, you
Yeah, seriously.
degenerates.
guys.
Optimizer here with aces in the small blind. He's just going to raise and win. And
Yeah.
that's going to be the end of that.
Then that sucks. That feels like a loss.
It
Always.
does. It definitely does.
Man, especially if you've been card dead for a while and you're just, trying to be patient. And you're like, all right, somebody raise.
300.
Oh shit! It folded.
Oh, well. It's still me in the small blind. I'll pump this up.
Yeah. There was a straddle on too, so I mean, we had two people who could have.
So many
Nope.
opportunities. None of them materialized.
Yep.
Big Daddy Chaz is going to materialize 155 chips across the line. And Kevin, first to act, has
Not
ace
the
king.
first time that Kevin is facing a ginormo straddle and wakes up with a premium hand.
It
He had
can,
aces the last time.
yeah, it can be really strange to be in this position where you're to the immediate left of the player that is putting out the largest
I
straddle
know,
at the
that's why I
table.
was just re-straddle. Just kidding. Not straddle. I'm not
I was like
re-straddling to
processing.
$5,
Wait, that means straddling to
Yeah, no,
freaking
no, no.
310.
but- Nope.
Big Daddy Chaz.
8-3, not going to rip it
What?
in this time.
It wasn't suited. It
Oh.
wasn't suited.
Fair, fair.
But it would have been against Ace King
know,
again.
gross,
Could have had
right?
some revenge.
Little 9 dookie, dude.
No, but if it's just like a regular straddle, then doubling the previous straddle amount. There's a point at which I will say, okay, no more. But that point's pretty. It's not. It's not cheap. I will. I'll put the 80 on
Yeah. Yeah.
if the action at the table dictates that that's
Sure.
a good idea.
Yeah. No, I definitely will as well. But yeah, generally
But there's some
speaking.
players who just won't. They will. They'll put the 10 on max. Some players won't do that. But I don't want to be first to act. Wow.
Kevin again, dude.
What a life. Huh?
Yeah. It's also nerve-wracking. I'm sure his pulse is pounding under there because,
Give it the whole table left to act. Here comes
yeah, you got everybody left at the table.
Chase with the 3-bet.
And you're deep, too, right? Like, Kevin is
Yeah.
on 4.5K. He started the hand with basically 5K. And now he has to play this massive pot, which is almost always going to be out of position. Certainly against
And-
Chase.
Chaz is like, oh man, I have a squeezing hand, but not like this.
Not against that action, no. That would
No.
be suicide.
Kevin gonna think about it though.
GOPGV wants to know why we don't show the graphic of buy-ins and winnings. Well, we do. You just be patient, please. It usually will pop up when there aren't things happening. So in between hands, please do pay attention, and
Yeah,
those will
sometimes
pop up for
it,
you.
it goes by a little quick,
About this?
but it definitely comes
it's
through.
got something else,
So
but I've been doing really well on Twitter.
Kevin gonna
where-
call.
On poker Twitter. Poker Twitter, by the way.
So this was, what, 155 was it again for the straddle, or?
155 or 160, something like that.
Something
Raised
like
to
that.
4, 3-bet to 1.2.
Yeah, so 5.
Jacks are still good here.
Yeah, really not a ton of blinds in play for both of these players when you consider 10 high board here.
Yeah.
All is good and safe for Kevin.
I like the check from Kevin. Let Chase bet into you. I don't think he could fold, obviously. He could be up against aces or kings or queens. He knows that, which is why he's thinking about it. But if you're playing jacks as set mining, then I don't think that's optimal in most cases.
Yeah, I think.
Especially in a game like this, where, the table, there's plenty of people at this table who are going to play ace, king, ace, queen. We saw king, queen. Like, there's a lot of hands that they're going to play this way.
Yeah. Another 10 here on the turn. Generally speaking, not the best card in the deck, but very unlikely that either player is going to have very many 10s.
Yeah.
Quick check from Chase on the turn, and I think Kevin should just continue checking here, give his opponent the best chance of ever bluffing. If front door
mean, I
diamonds comes
would
in, there's just no
not-
reason to bet here, really.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why Chase would bet at this point. He actually has a lot of showdown value with 2-pair ace kicker.
Kevin could come up with some sort of tricky 400.
No, he's going to rip
Block
it,
bet?
I think.
Oh, wow. Of all the options, I think ripping it in there is the least
Yeah. Don't rip.
good.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess then at least you can't get bluffed, right?
Nine clubs.
I guess if you were going to fold to any
To a bluff,
bet.
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you were going to fold if somebody tried to bluff you, then the only thing that accomplishes is taking away their ability to bluff
I'm
you.
interested to see if we
Yeah.
have
But
Yeah.
you're not getting any more money out of it, and you will clearly ahead.
Yeah. No, if anything, I think the little 400 chip tickler
Yeah.
was like the one way where you could get called by ace high, but like,
Right.
and not let it just go check, check.
Or check it over, and Chase might try and bet at it. I doubt it, but it's
Yeah.
possible. And I mean, you win the same amount of money either way.
Yeah.
If he bets at it and you call, then obviously that's better.
Sure.
But if you bet at it anything more than, like you said, like 4, maybe 500, not for Gerber getting paid.
Yeah. I don't know. Everything in poker is weird, and it gets compounded by the fact that when the massive straddles come out, you're suddenly playing like a 30 big blind stack when normally we're like all
Chase wakes
playing
up with
super.
ace king again
Yeah, dude,
this time.
been easy.
Wins with it, but not quite the same dramatic fashion.
Yeah. I mean, so sometimes, most of the time with 5-5 as the blinds, right? Like these players are playing like 1,000 big blinds deep.
This is fine, huh? That's mine.
Well, yeah. If you want to be stickler about it.
No, I just don't want to forget that it's mine.
I go with the Tinders every now and then.
Kenneth James here, just so I understand, why not lead the turn to protect your equity, charge ace king and ace queen to draw? You mean on the turn board pairing 10?
Why not?
Leading in any sense, when it's actually a donk lead, the card that's on the turn needs to be overwhelmingly beneficial to you, at least from a theoretical standpoint. So generally speaking, the donk lead really comes into play on the turn when, let's say, the board is like king 8-4.
What was the action on the flop?
Yeah.
Check.
Check, bet, call. Check, bet, small, call. But anyways, if you're going to do a donk lead and you want to utilize it to its greatest effectiveness, if there's like a flop like king 8-4, you have a natural check over to the pre-flop aggressor, and they bet and you call, and then the turn is an 8, that's the time for you to donk lead out. Like, you're the person out of position, you called their pre-flop raise, so you're the one with all the 8s. They don't have very many 8s. This is obviously just a generalization, but that's
Yeah,
the
I mean,
spot
I
for you to
still-
donk lead, but not necessarily when it's just like the top card pairs, but your opponent still has a completely uncapped range. Just start donking into that. That's not going to work well for you. Anyways, there's a lot of nuance there, and I may not have answered the question very well, but generally speaking, just donk leading to like protect or do any of these things just is barking up a really dangerous tree, because the donk lead is always betting into what is generally just going to be an uncapped range, and that is really a bad place to be out of position.
Yeah.
All right, 10-7 Trey, couple of diamonds here. Dave has a wrap on the inside of the bottom end of this straight, so he's going to pitch it in. But we've got 4 players that want to see a turn card, none of whom have adequately scanned their cards to get them read in. Queen of Spades here on the turn. Big Daddy Chaz is meditating. Checks all the way through. 5 of hearts now on the end. 6-4 is a straight.
Yeah, 6-4.
If Dave was in, he would have had a straight.
Someone else might also have a straight, but that's unknown to us. And Chase going to take it down with the mystery hand.
He's going to show us all that he had queen 5.
Just 2 pair, I assume.
2 pair.
Doesn't
Generally not a very inspiring holding in
No, but
Spot Limit Omaha.
nobody else seemed to have much to.
Do anything with?
Yeah.
I concur.
I wish I would have just trusted my instincts.
You ready for the summer heat? Start taking over Austin area.
Oh,
Do you like the heat here? Like, do you like the
I
summertime
don't
here?
mind it.
Okay.
So I'm used to like oppressing humidity, but not particularly. I mean, summers back home were oppressively humid at one day, and then the next day it'd be like 60 degrees and rainy. So it's like at least I know what to expect during the summer here.
Yeah.
And there's always like, so long as you're not like working outside 8 hours a day, you know, you can always just go into air conditioning.
Yeah, thank
There's
God
no
for that.
place that doesn't have air conditioning, so I kind of like it. I never plan on spending like, 12 hours in the sun. That's
Yeah.
not my style. I also am prone to, how do you say, turning into a lobster because I'm super white.
Yeah. Hand developing here as we had a raise to 80 from early position. Big Daddy Chaz squeezing the small blind with 7-6 off. Ron re-squeezing with 2 red 9s. And Big Daddy Chaz going to call this out of position, covers his eyes, doesn't want to see the flop. And is going to flop middle pair and a gutty. Ron with an over pair to the board and some fun banter back and forth, getting the dealer involved here. I believe that Chaz has checked dark and is going to try to play the hand without looking.
Oh my God, this is the sickest thing ever, and I love it.
Ron here has to be feeling quite good when
Ryan in the box thinks this is hilarious too.
Yeah.
Just
Chaz.
like audibly laughing through the whole thing.
Chaz is squinting at this.
Ryan is like the most professional dealer we have. Usually, like he's just business for the most part. Like he'll, chime in with some jokes and laugh along from time to time. But he's like, sometimes people are a little. Okay, me personally, not that business. So for him to be laughing along and finding this
Chaz is all in.
hilarious.
And I thought he might do this. I was like, is Chaz going to play this any other way than fast? And the answer is no. So he's just going to check pile this. And Ron on an overpair to the board, rainbow disconnected flop, like 5-6 is the only thing that's just like there already, right? Like 5-6 is just
I mean,
there.
I think that's like,
Okay,
if you
there's some
got,
sets.
Yeah, if you got it, you got it, I guess. Right?
I was making this game, bro.
I think so.
I think you call and you say, if you got it, whatever. Run it twice, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what it feels like. It's a pair and a gutty.
Yeah, and Chaz has him covered,
That'll be my
despite Ron picking up a bunch of Chaz's chips earlier. That Chaz got more chips and then doubled those up, so.
Ron, a very curious fellow over there with his tape mustache. And I mean, yeah, I think anyone would be sort of perplexed here. Like, what on earth would you just go all in with? Like, if you had a set, there's zero chance that you would just go all in. Because if I have
Yeah.
overcards to the board, like, you want me to keep betting. So
course.
you would just check call. And if I have an
But,
overpair, you don't want to
like,
give me any chance to fold this hand.
So he's got a pair and a gutter. And I mean, that's the hand that makes the most sense there.
It's exactly what he has. It's exactly what it is.
It's like if there was 2 hearts on the board, you'd be like, he's got a pair and a flush draw. Like,
yeah.
that's the hand that makes sense in that spot.
Yeah. Now, the one thing that Ron could be a little bit concerned about is like pocket 10s, pocket jacks. I'm not saying that Chaz is going to play it this way, but some players might, where they'd be like, I saw a safe, quote-unquote, safe board for my hand. I'm going to check it over, let you put some chips in with your ace-king or whatever, and then I'm just going to go all in and hope that you fold. Now, this is not Chaz, but, like, that's the other version of what could be happening here. And obviously you lose to 10s and jacks, so, like, all right, think it through, figure it out, make sure that this isn't your dude doing that. And it ain't him. And if that ain't him, then the all-in here
But
is
I
just
also
never
think
value.
that, like, if he's got you out pipped, like, if he's got 10s there,
Pocket 7s versus pocket 8s over here?
I just don't think that there's any amount of tanking that's going to give you that revelation where you're like, man, my 9s are no good. Like, I have an overpair to the board.
Yeah, I don't think that we've reached the stage of the hand where Ron is like, okay, get some more hamsters on the wheel. I think it's like, I am just not sure if I want to commit $5,000 to this hand, even
Right.
though I know I should.
Oh.
Wow. Chaz
Nice
is a god.
hand, Chaz.
Malibu god. And he should just
Yeah.
show the 6 for some reason. I don't
Well,
know.
no,
No, the
this
7,
way it
I guess.
doesn't
I
matter.
don't know. It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't matter which one he shows. Either one could be pretty good.
He'll show them both, and
I mean,
Ron will realize that, like, he was a 68% favorite to double up to 10K plus.
yeah. But, I mean, he's dodging a handful of outs.
Of course, you're not out of the woods, but
But it just doesn't feel great ripping it all, calling off and all in there. Chase has got the, what, 400?
the $400 straddle on from
Single
Chase.
straddle. Just single straddle of 400. Let's go.
5-5,
I
400.
think the right-hand side of this table is maybe in just a slightly different universe. If we're in the multiverse right now, this one's a different one. This
Yeah,
is the one
and-
where we're playing like a slightly more appropriate 5-5 game, and the other side of the table is in the universe where 5-5 is
Oh, and size at dinner. God
infinite.
damn it.
What did he have?
No, I don't know. He's just not at the table, so I assume he's at dinner. It was a throwback joke.
Yeah, I'll be
Thank
gone
you.
in an hour and a half. I'll be back in an hour and a half.
So Gio under the gun with 5 blinds just goes all in. Oh God, no, he had less than that. No.
No, he made it 1K. He didn't go.
Oh,
all
I
in.
thought he was just piling it in,
I
which
thought
is what he
was
should have done with
2,
5 blinds.
Yeah. I'm surprised that he would.
Good, how are you feeling, Murph?
This is another move that some players are prone to, I think, and it's just protecting some of your stack.
I haven't dealt it yet.
And then he's open-ended, but he's behind.
Yeah, all the chips are going in. It doesn't really matter. This was sort of like the perfect flop to see all of the chips go in voluntarily, but they, generally speaking, should have been all in prior to that.
Yeah.
As it stands, Chase has the majority of the equity here. Picks up a pair on the turn, and there's the straight for Gio. Running it twice. Still good for Chase on half the board, and he will hold for half, and they'll chop it up. This is something that happens
I
a
think
lot.
if Gio rips it pre, I think Chase folds, and Gio just gets the $400 with the better hand.
I agree. I think that's the right play.
I do too. I think the 1K and leaving yourself, what, 900 behind?
Yeah. So this is something that happens in tournament poker all the time, where you get down to a number of blinds that is sort of insignificant to the player that's, or to most of the players at the table. And there's
Right.
maybe a select few of them where, like, going all in for 5 blinds, they're going to be like, well, I don't really want to just call that with anything, right? But generally speaking, I know I've said this a bunch of times tonight. It's starting to feel like an echo in my head, generally speaking. When you have like 5 big
not
blinds.
in regards to any of these things that we're saying, generally speaking, do not apply to, from this perspective, the left-hand side of this table.
Yeah,
Seats
yeah.
1 through 4, just ignore this.
But no, when you get down to these sort of mid to low single-digit blinds, your move is just capped at all in. It
Right.
there's nothing really in between. Like, even if Gio looks down at like 2 red aces there, he's got the whole rest of the table to act behind him. Like, you don't want to somehow go.
5 ways
It's
to a
probably
flop.
not going to, but you don't want to go multi-way to a flop. You want to get it all in.
I
you
mean,
want
if
to
you
isolate
limp
against the
that
guy that put
$400,
400 up.
if you limp that $400 straddle, and then the rest of the table wakes up with mediocre hands or pocket pairs, you get 7s and 10s.
All right.
And
Jack 10 suited or
yeah,
whatever, and they all
limping
call.
behind you, and then someone raises finally, rips it all in, and you're forced to call, and everybody else is priced in. You could end up going 5 ways to a flop there. It's entirely possible. It's unlikely, obviously, but at the same time, you never want to do that.
I mean, it's really just more about sort of implementing the best strategy, right? Like, all of the shouldas and wouldas and the couldas that at any given exact circumstance, this is what happened, and you could have avoided that by doing this. No, that's not important. It's like the strategy when you only have 5 blinds in that position. Like you have king jack off. You're either going to fold it, just be done with it. Be like, it was 400, and I could fold for 0. Fold king jack. I wouldn't even
Agreed.
hate that. But like, if you're going to play, go all in, because you don't want anybody to have a price to come in.
And then see
King
a flop,
jack benefits.
outflop you, and then
Yeah.
take all your chips because you can't fold.
Yeah, king jack only benefits from getting folds. Like, it blocks the high card hands, which is great for it, but it's a king high hand that's not great. So please, everyone, fold.
Caitlin's
right?
got kings. Dave has ace queen. Ron's got queens. Oh,
Yeah, we got some spice developing
Dave?
here.
limped with ace queen.
Action user.
Dave has gotten beat up a little bit here tonight,
Yeah.
and has
I don't think he's gonna. I don't know that he's gonna fold though. So what's his plan?
no, but his tendency a lot of times is to limp these very strong hands so that he can call when situations get like this. So I think Dave is going to call
I
here.
do too. That would be my prediction. Anyways,
And then
It's-
Caitlin's going to get to go for the 4-bet.
yeah, that's the thing is that you're in a spot where like now the action's reopened to Caitlin. She makes it 550.
Good sizing here from Caitlin. She can easily get all the chips in against all of these stacks if Dave or Ron actually have something like the 2K that she has behind is easily getting in. And the 4-bet here is to a size where it's not just a trivial call from these
Right.
players. Ron is going to make the call here. He gets to play this one in position. He's got a really strong hand. Of course,
Right,
he is
now
way
what
behind.
does Dave do?
Exactly. This is
Yeah,
this is the
why-
problem with
like-
playing a hand this strong passively.
Because if you open this from the get-go instead of limping it, then when you get 3-bet and then 4-bet, you can just fold, but you're folding for 40 instead of 175.
Exactly. 10 high board rainbow here. Both players going to feel quite confident. Caitlin, of course, she's just going to win this. Like, we can just
we
see,
know.
like, Ron.
One
is
of the
just-
queens is dead. Like,
2 of them
there's
are
no
gone. Like, they're all gone.
I mean,
Because the ace queen just got folded, and there was another queen before. Otherwise, we
yeah.
wouldn't have the
So he's
check
not even gonna get, the likelihood of him getting an ace to bluff at is
mark. Yeah. Bet a 400 here from Caitlin. I like this. 1.3K in the middle, so just about 1/3 sizing. And I guess Ron, yeah, is feeling like he can
Guys,
just keep ace king
if anyone
barreling.
thinks that Ron's mustache is real, like, there's an honest debate, guys, going on in the chat.
I don't know.
Y'all need
how.
to go to an eye doctor. Get your eyes checked. There is no, like, only in the alternate universe where these guys are playing is that mustache.
Yeah. So Caitlin's all in here on the turn. This is a just about 2/3, 3/4 pot size jam. 2.1K in there. She rips it for 1.6, and I mean,
But this is one of those spots where, like you said before, this is, I think, a really key example of where, like, that top board, the top card on the board pairs on the turn. And it's really not good for that. Pretty flat.
for Caitlin, yes.
Yeah, because
well,
in
that's
this
true.
spot, like, if I'm Caitlin there, I'm like, God, did he call me with ace 10?
This is a
Somehow he get
4-bet
here.
pot, though.
I know, but still.
3-bet pot's the top card as a 10 or a 9 or
But,
whatever
like, if
pairing
this
is
was,
way
let's
different.
imagine that instead of a 4-bet pot, this is a 3-bet pot.
Okay.
Like,
jamming
then
here
my
is-
brain here is like, oh my God, does he have a 10? Here, if I get called and he turns over a 10, I'm like, how do you have a 10 here? But
That's
in a
true.
3-bet pot, I'm like, oh man, he could have Jack 10, 9, 10, ace 10. So many possible combinations that include a 10.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Ron comes to the only conclusion that there is, which is that he just has to lose. And
twice is fine. Caitlin's pumped about it. She knows she's good.
yeah, it's one of those spots. We've seen this pop up. It happens regularly enough that we see this on the stream fairly often.
Kings versus queens, aces versus kings.
Well, even with like jacks or queens, whatever it is, you just when you see a board that's safe for you, it's like unless you just know that player so well that they just will never like double barrel it all in unless they actually have it, you just have to pay it because you're just stuck. It's like if you go folding queens
Well,
there,
and also,
what are
it's a
you
10,
what are you calling?
I mean, especially when that board pairs. I don't know, there's so many hands there that feel like they're good there that aren't necessarily aces or kings, you know? Jacks are still good there.
Well, there's
and
all
are
of the
ripping
feel.
it to you.
There's
And
all of the
there's-
feel, which is
yeah.
important, but then there's also just what is actually top of range for you. Like what is your best hand, and then work your way down from that, right? And if you're literally at this spot where it's like, okay, this is some weird 4-bet pot with some dude sort of limping and calling in between, and like I don't know what's going on with that, but like I'm gonna just call queens on the button here instead of going for a 5th bet, whatever. Okay, I'm just calling queens. What else am I just calling? Like, do kings make it in there? If kings are in there, then okay, you've got one hand that's better. Do aces ever make it in there? Probably not, because you're not just going to invite this other guy in. So, like, you got to construct all of that. Do you ever have any 10s in a 4-bet pot, given the configuration? Maybe.
Maybe,
but like, if,
maybe especially because you have that caller in between who's kind of mucking things up.
potentially.
Weird,
But like, if you can go through that and identify, and obviously this is challenging to do in the moment, but
How many
even
hands
just
do you
going
see
back
there,
and
yeah.
looking at it afterwards, like, can you construct the hands that you would play in that manner, and then say to yourself, what would I have done with the hands that were better? What would I have done with the hands that were
Just
worse?
to be clear here, Ron opened to $20 with 7 deuce offsuit. Chase 3-bet to 100 with 6-4 offsuit. And Ron
Perfect.
face up. And then Chase showed his 6-4. He was like, you were good.
Yeah. Anywho, just to finish that thought, if you get to a point in the hand where it's like I'm going to fold the best hand that I ever have there, then you don't have any hands left to call, right? And so at some point you need to have a hand left to call with, and that's basically the gist of what I was trying to say, which is if you ever get to a point in the hand where you literally don't have any hands left to call because you would only call with the nuts but you can't have the nuts or whatever, then like you're not sort of playing the game in a balanced way. And there's some work to be done in terms of analyzing the play. Folding queens there, I think, would have been an example of that, in that he can't have any better hands. So to fold queens there
Right,
would be
absolutely.
a pure exploit, which is also fine. I have folded top of range before, where I'm like, this person, I have played with them before. I know that they go all in when they have the nuts. They will not do that with less than the nuts. I'm going to fold top of range here, and I've done it, and that's fine. But you need to be damn sure of it.
Well,
I don't think that's a spot where you be damn sure of it.
No, I don't think they have enough history together or even remotely close to enough history together to be able to realistically
Fold
get that.
queens, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think you can ever do that.
Now, maybe other people would disagree. I don't know. But it's
I don't
all fine
know.
and dandy.
I don't know either.
Wow.
P. Willie says Garrett would fold queens there. The dealer.
The dealer, Garrett?
Garrett.
Is that what we're talking about?
No, of course not. Garrett Adelstein.
Oh, okay. I mean, I actually, like, I don't think that folding queens there is... I don't know.
There's a big difference, too, between folding queens
I think
to...
I mean, the reality is that I don't think anybody in their right mind is calling that all in with queens and saying, yeah, man, I got this. Like, everybody who calls there with queens is like, please, dear God, have either queens or somehow be in there with ace king, but I don't think that they're ripping it with ace king.
Yeah.
But no one ever feels good about it, and they're almost 100% always wrong. So, like,
Yeah.
maybe that philosophy of, like, you should be calling, like, that you can't fold queens there is, maybe it's flawed.
Yeah, no, like I said, there's always an exception, but I don't know. It's like we just saw earlier, just a few hands earlier, right? Like Chaz
I'm not
just
trying to
goes
say that I could
bananas
fold
all
queens
in.
there. I don't know that I ever could. But I also can understand, especially that deep. Although Caitlin wasn't that deep, so she probably had the right number
Yeah,
of
it's like
chips to get
3/4
paid
pot
there.
size bet.
Yeah, if she was deeper, maybe we would different story. But
I really thought you were gonna.
Yeah,
in general, not even
if
in
we're on
that
the
hand
river,
in not even that hand specifically. I think like when
No, it was 300.
you're in that spot, the way that hand played out, I think the look on, I mean, the amount of time it took him to make the decision and look on the face, I know Abby's.
sure.
I know I'm
And then I called with
drawing to a queen.
Yeah, no, we as human beings,
He was good. Queen 3 on the flop.
pardon me, especially people that play this game a lot, like we develop an intuition for sort of recognizing spots and being like, wait, this is one of those times where I've been before and it didn't go well, and even then I had a hand like queens, you know, it's
And
like,
then the reality of that is if you
Dominated.
fold the queens there, then someone's going to get you to fold the queens there. And they don't have it.
well, so I was trying to take us back to the Big Daddy Chaz ripping it in with the pair and the gut shot, right, against the overpair for Ron. Ron made the fold there because he couldn't quite commit to
Oh, you're saying.
the idea that, like, value never goes all in for this amount. Like, value wouldn't do this.
Right.
But he was terrified, or I'm not gonna say terrified.
Terrified's maybe a
Yeah, he was, you know, reasonably sort of afraid of the fact that he was about to put 5K in this pot with just a pair of nines.
But yet he called off with queens,
Because it was a smaller amount, right? Like
Yeah,
it,
that's true.
all of the psychology of
For
this
sure.
factors in, and it was that hand after the last hand, right? He may have already been feeling like, oh God, I was kind of a pussy for folding the nines or something, and now I got to put it in there with the queens because this is better, and how do I fold and whatever. And it's just circumstance that he was good earlier and he was bad the second time.
That's what you're saying. He's
He should have called both times.
playing
He would have been
terribly.
right
No,
the
I'm
first
kidding.
time. He would have
He would
lost
have been right
the
the
second.
first time, wrong the second time, but he'd be plus 3K overall. So
Well, we don't know for sure. He could
the lesson to this is, folks, if you're out there listening, just the tip with AA Ron. Never.
never fold. No, that's.
That's the lesson from his mouth. Just the tip.
Oh man, there's all sorts of stuff in there. All right, it's time to wager again. Is our boy Pratt here with us? Pratt
where
says he
you
would have
at?
folded queen there.
He did say that. He's also a liar, though.
All right, I won, so I get to gamble first.
Baby
Not you,
100.
Chaz. You
Like,
always do it
Good luck, Aaron.
Thank you. I know you mean it. Me, then you, then Pratt.
270.
I know. I can tell, honey.
This was the first turn of the season.
I want to stretch you across my clothesline like a good piece of leather. Come on, hon.
Oh,
Ooh, let's go. Yay.
You're lucky your hands get away with this goddamn.
All right, Pratt. It's time to help us break even. You just need to roll something shitty.
All right. Ollie Giles. Yeah. We're
Say that
talking
5
about-
times fast.
No. Why is it so important to pay attention to your opponent's ranges, bet sizing, and when they bet what? It's not, unless you like.
It's not a
money.
question, by the
It's-
way. He's saying it's a statement with
Oh,
gusto.
why it's so important. I was going to say, if that's a question, the answer is no, it's not. Keep doing whatever you're doing. Don't pay attention to anything.
Well, Pratt just freaking beat me.
I felt the
Oh,
nuts
yes,
this
good.
earlier.
Did I pay you? I just paid you, right?
I'm not fucking calling anyway. Well, hold on. Let's see.
You did, but I'm back to minus 40 on Pratt. Damn it.
Well, I'm back to even.
Nice roll, bro.
So now you're minus 80 because you already owed him 40?
No, I owed him 40, but then I won one, and then I
you're
and then I lost
60.
one.
And then you lost another one.
Did
Pratt,
I lose
that
my
you
first one to
are-
Pratt?
that you're keeping track of this.
Fuck. Did I lose my first one to Pratt? No, we gambled our first one without Pratt. I won one and then I've lost one.
Please don't.
But you were already down 40.
Yeah, so I'm back to 40 down against Pratt.
Oh, yeah.
Take me through the ringer. How dare you, Chase?
Get out of my spreadsheet, woman.
Aaron just showed me just a note in his phone that just says -40 Pratt, which literally proves nothing. I'm like, why? Something exciting just happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of excitement happening out there.
Not
so-
sure what it is.
I'll take your word for it. I didn't know Steve was that kind of guy.
Timmy's whatever kind of guy.
So
you
we're
need.
hearing the audio apparently from the future.
Jesus, Timmy.
Did that get screwed up again? I thought we'd fix that.
Yeah, can we just turn it off, actually? Because it's very disorienting. Yeah.
It's only us, like the true audio is still going through for the viewers?
Yeah, the viewership gets the audio from the table and real like the.
How
matches
did it
the
get
video.
switched back?
I don't know.
That's weird.
I stopped taking care of that stuff and everything went to shit. I'm just kidding.
Unproducer
Kristen, you're doing a great
Carolyn.
job. I'm just kidding, and I'm sorry. No, I heard it in here too. Yeah, I heard it in my headset. It's okay.
The loudness that we just heard was very much uncorrelated with this hand.
Yeah.
However, this hand is exciting as we have a turned queen for Kevin, making
Chaz
him
in
trips.
there with effective third pair, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't have a diamond, which is like the one saving grace that he had on the flop, and now it's really just getting weird.
Yeah.
The queen on the turn is, generally speaking, not a good card for Kevin to continue betting, though, which is why I think Chaz is a little bit disoriented about this. Is like, when the queen comes, that's my card, right? Like, Kevin shouldn't be betting very many queens on the flop. And so when Kevin bets flop and the queen comes on the turn, like, he should be checking back most of those queens. So Chaz not going to give him credit for anything, and this is sort of just a...
But don't you think that if the queen should be Chaz's card and Kevin is betting it, isn't that like almost a guarantee that he definitely has at least a queen?
No, 100% the opposite.
I
that's
disagree.
when you're sitting there on Jack 10 of diamonds and you're just like, well, I had equity on the flop. I don't have shit. I got Jack high, but I still have a gut shot and a flush draw, so I better bet the turn. And you just, with all of your ace king, your ace jack, your ace 10, you're not freaking betting this turn. You're just not. So Chaz recognizing that there's no bets here for value. Deuce of diamonds
Except for the
on
one
the end.
that Kevin made where
God
he
damn it, keep it
had.
together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, Chaz isn't going to have a size that he can even pay off here. Once again, Kevin choosing an all-in size, which I think is maybe just a little bit too aggressive. It's sort of like
I thought you were going to punish him there.
trying to get heroed by ace jack with a jack of diamonds or something. I'm not exactly sure what the bet accomplishes. But
I thought you were waiting for the river to punish.
we talked about this earlier where the donk leading range
Really strong hands there usually.
is dominated by the second card pairing on the turn. That was exactly what we saw there. But Chaz didn't choose that card to donk lead at because his hand didn't benefit from doing it with Showdown. But when he checks there, on any of those times where the second card pairs, the reason that the donk lead is so effective is because your opponent is going to check back so frequently. Because that card's not their card, when you get to then take over the betting lead
Right.
on that street, because the card's good for you now, and if you're bluffing, you can do all sorts of fun things, where a lot of times the solver will even tell you to bet like 1/5 pot.
Come on, man. 2 times in a row.
Right? Which just completely handcuffs your opponent. They have like ace king or something, and they're just like, oh god, like they can't raise, so they just call for 1/5. You get to realize all of your equity, and then if you miss or you hit or whatever, then you just get to like 1.5x them on the river. And it just fucks with their whole range, because that second card pairing is just so rarely good for them. We saw one of the sort of rare situations where Kevin was willing to bet the second card, or bet second pair. And so frequently people don't do that. Because betting second pair, even when it comes like this is a favorable board for me, blah, 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 betting second pair doesn't really accomplish much for you, because what's going to call you?
Top.
Worse second pairs every once in a while, but you block the shit out of them, so then top pairs. And top pairs aren't going to fold. So all you've done is needlessly built a pot with good showdown.
You cannot run it out.
Anyways, I don't know. The theory is,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Timmy, guess what?
there.
You just did.
But sometimes betting second pair is fine. Depends on what you have. Depends on the dynamics and everything of the table.
I'm not
But
talking to
just
you, Ryan.
so frequently, you're not going to want to bet second pairs. And when the second
Unless
card
you know
pairs
the
on the
turn
turn.
is gonna pair that card.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sometimes you just know.
$10 shadow, really?
Chris here with a very insightful comment. I don't think very many Texans are using solvers. I think that's true. And solver isn't necessarily like the bottom line here. It's not like we need to be playing against robots to do what I'm talking about. It's true in a vacuum, right? Like you go out there and you survey the field and you be like, here's the flop and you have second pair. Are you going to bet? Some people, it doesn't matter if they had top pair, no pair, second pair, they're going to bet 100% C-bet, right? But take them out of the equation and ask, what are the rest of the people going to do? They're going to check a lot of second pairs. They are.
But on
Because they
that
kind of
board,
feel
but you
like
really
they
think
should.
that many people are checking second pair on that board?
I'm fucking checking second pair on that board. I'm a nit. We've established this.
But you're not at all. And we all know that. So cut the shit, Aaron. That's not true.
Okay. But
Chase folds
the
queen
point
high,
remains,
face
the
up.
point remains that building a pot with second pair, when you block the hands that are most likely to pay you off and the better hands are unblocked, is sort of just the culmination of like the two worst things in poker, which is like bet when you're behind and only get called by better, and fold out all of the hands that are worse than you. Like you're forcing your opponents
Do
to
you
play
think
better.
he checks
160 Chaz wouldn't.
the ace queen?
It was like ace queen 4 or something, right?
Through the Valley of Psi first. Good luck with that.
Ace queen 4, you have king queen.
I know. And it's one of those spots where it's like,
Your hand is just such a brilliant check back. It's perfect to check back
but he's playing.
against Chaz.
Was it check to him?
No,
think
he
so.
was
He
he
was
was
out
the
of
aggressor
And he was out of position.
in position.
You sure?
Yeah, Kevin's in position on Chaz, and Kevin was the aggressor.
On that hand?
Yeah. I could be wrong. Maybe the
I
10,
think
maybe
you're
10,
wrong.
10's raised and he just called with king queen.
So
Well,
in
even
position,
more reason to
even
check
in
back.
position, I think he. I don't know.
Even more reason to check back. if he was the pre-flop caller with king queen in position and 10s checks to you on an ace high board, it's even more reason to check back because your opponent's still uncapped. They can be checking aces to you. They can have ace 5, ace 7 suited, all of those hands that are like going to be their snap checks on the flop on their ace high, so that they have a protected checking range. We're really going down the rabbit hole here, but at the end of the day, betting
ace
second
high, is
pair,
it a chop?
betting second pair is just not huge.
All right, I'm never gonna do it again.
I
Ever.
thought you were going to slow me.
But it's also on those sorts of board textures, right? There's ace high board texture. Like if it comes 8-7 deuce, and you called in position with 7-6, and your opponent was the pre-flop aggressor, and then they check to you, like yeah, okay, bet your 7. Like that's no one's gonna like lose their shit over that. But like ace queen 4, they're the aggressor. They check to you on the flop, like.
But he wasn't. It wasn't the aggressor checking to him. He was. Kevin
Well,
was
you
the
just
pre-flop
tried to
aggressor.
sow discontent into my brain. Pocket 10s for Chaz, king queen for Kevin. We missed the action, but it really whether Kevin 3-bet him or just called in position, it doesn't really matter. Checking second
I
pair
want
there
to
is.
smack you.
I will smack you back, so bring it on. Somebody out there somewhere knows what I'm talking about.
I mean, I think I just kind of like stopped actually absorbing anything. I'm just arguing
David
for
Pratt in
the
the
sake
chat.
of arguing.
This is getting a little too close to when mommy and daddy fight. I'm uncomfortable. Oh man, that's pretty funny. Yeah, let's move on, shall we? Shall we all just agree
Yeah,
to
I
move
just
on?
really didn't care either way that much.
You didn't
but-
care? Well,
No.
you know what?
7 raises, 850.
I really am
Optimizer
just excited.
doesn't care
I think I have food, so like
I
Do I
smell
have
food.
Yeah.
You got a steak and a sweet potato, and you didn't.
You,
Get
I
me one?
was ordered. You were here in the room when it happened. Seth ordered it.
All I need to do is be in the room.
Okay.
So we had an all-in and a
Well, you can't lose. That's the good news.
call.
That's straight.
That's what the freaking out was about, because somehow Big Daddy Chaz ended up all in here.
And shopping. Oh,
All in blind against Optimizer. Optimizer way out in front, and it goes runner for a chop. Well, that is excitement worthy.
Yeah.
Optimizer going to be a little bit sad that he didn't get the dub there.
Yeah, he's like, can we run it again? You want to run it twice, Chaz? Pretty please.
Thank you, appreciate it. Alright, see 9 straps. Poker's fucking crazy, dude.
Do just want to give a quick shout out to all y'all hanging out in the chat streets. Thank you guys so much for joining us here tonight, and hope that you are enjoying your time. I know we are. And Carolyn is about to enjoy the shit out of this balsamic vinaigrette salad. Looks like.
Wait, why have I been on vacation or playing the past few weeks? Oh, just because Aaron. So I don't. So I don't have to go to jail for assault or something. Just kidding. This.
Oh, it's not all this?
I'm having fun. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
I certainly am. Mikhail Carlson, thank you very much for joining the team.
I'm gonna leave you for like, I don't know, a couple minutes. Okay.
All right. A couple minutes is acceptable. Sai has a hand. He has 2 9s. He's raising, and Big Daddy Chaz has the dirty diaper in the $120 straddle. And Chaz can't believe it, but he's going to have to fold to the nit, and Sai will take down the pot.
That's a flop.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I gotta play.
I'm gonna hit a pair on the river.
All right, looking at the chip counts here, Kevin is the top dog. 9.9K for that man. V-Pips, Chase, and Chaz leading the way. Caitlin
He's like, whenever I don't do
down
exactly
there
what they say,
below
people
the
leave.
Lottie line, 13%. Peter Marshall, this must be the loosest game I've seen at TCH. This is a pretty splashy game, I'm not going to lie. And the straddles over here on the left side of the table have really sort of driven that, right? We've seen Chaz putting out the 100, the 150, the 155, I mean, just sort of whatever. We got Ron, we got Chase over there. These two players have really been mixing it up. And then after that, it's just been, you know, like we got Dave, we got Sai, we got Caitlin down here on the other end of the table that have really kind of just been sort of staying out of the way for the most part. And then every once in a while waking up with a big hand and
Me and Chase?
making things happen. But
Do you
yeah, this is a dynamic that you're not going to see all the time. 5-5 100. Big Daddy Chaz here in the straddle, facing a limp from Chase. Chaz grabs a giant mitt full of black chips, puts them across the line for an all-in, and Chase snap folds. Man, what a game. When Chaz is ready to just like gamble, the game is lit. That is for sure. Ragnar here saying, what is it about players from San Antonio? They always know how to have fun. Yeah, well, Chaz probably just taught them all how to have fun. I think that's how it is. Mike Parkus here says this stream is awesome. Well, thank you very much for those kind words, and absolutely this stream is fire. Glad you guys are all here hanging out with us tonight.
I don't know. He hasn't actually.
All right, $165 straddle, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, I am mistaken. That's a $75 straddle.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
Ron over there getting a massage from the lovely Victoria of Texas Royal Touch, the licensed massage therapist from Texas Royal Touch. Here at TCH Austin regularly, work out any of the kinks that you might have in the old neck and shoulders.
Cheers.
Fairly well.
Big Daddy Chaz is dispensing the gifts of the Malibu gods. 10-4 offsuit, not a particularly inspiring hand, but after everyone just called his what turned out to be $100 straddle, he will get to play this one for free, quote unquote. Dave over there limping the button. These are the sorts of things where it's like the straddles clearly are impacting the play of the players, right? Like Dave, King Queen. If this is just like a $5 blind or $10 straddle or something, and it folds to him, like the man is going to raise to 30 or whatever, right? But when it's a $100 blind, he's just going to limp it with a hand like this, and really sort of changes the dynamic here. King high flop, seemingly checked all the way through to a jack of hearts on the turn. For some reason, that's all incorrect, and there was betting and calling and raising and shit that we missed. Okay, there we go. Chase bet 25. Dave raised. Chase called, and then we checked on the turn, and okay, now it's check or something on the river. I'm very confused. Dave wins. Dave wins. Game over. Man.
I had a 2, dude.
Really?
Chasing 4.
What kind of liquor is it? C3 straddle.
Oh, like
Liquor that has like a tax on it.
Chase doing his best to bring the 4 deuce home for you there, Pratt. Couldn't quite make it happen, though. Mike wants to know how much does a massage cost per minute. It's $1.50. $1.50 a minute plus tip. Generally speaking, I think you just go $2 a minute, and you're good.
Wait, you want to be 420?
No, fuck you, dude.
The massage therapist from Texas Royal Touch, also just the best in the business. All of the gals that work here at the TCH Austin location,
Actually straddling a
100%
It's finding, right?
Never mind.
trusted to sort you right out. I'll tell you that much.
Where am I at?
I get a massage a couple times a week just to try and stay functional. I don't know about some of y'all, but getting older sucks, especially when you're hunched over a poker table for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day. It takes a toll. Chase is all in the straddle. Optimizer here gonna jam from the hijack. Ace queen offsuit. Everybody folding on down the line. We're just basically getting through all the riffraff, and back over and around to Chase. We don't know what he has. He's all in blind here, and we're gonna just
Where did that come from?
figure out who wins. Ace queen off against a random hand.
Let's do 3 times.
All night long.
3 times.
I wish it was ace 6 off. So much better, but it's not. Better than that. Chase here, though, in deliberations with his friend / opponent. Jeff here is a proponent for running it 3 times. I am not a proponent. Rip it and be done is my opinion. But we got a queen high board with 3 diamonds, 2 tens. We're doing at least twice.
Are you still in the dark?
Yeah, I'm dark.
We're going 3 times. We are going 3 times. Okay. All right. Ace queen looks to probably be good on the first board. Ace queen high is not terrible on the second board as well. And the third board will include nothing for the ace queen until the end. So top pair, top kicker on the first one. Oh, there's a deuce. So the second board belongs to Chase. He's got the 4 deuce for freaking Pratt again. And that's going to get him the second board.
2 was good.
However, 4 deuce will be no good on the other 2 boards, and Chase is going to get chopped down.
Timmy trying to get slapped tonight.
Where they at? Let me in there.
Well, we've got some math for the dealer to do, and while the math dealer does his
They're trying to
math
get me loose,
dealing,
boys.
I'm going to look here in the chat and see what is going on here.
Straight up.
Colleen wants to know if there's a stream tomorrow night from Dallas. There is. Tomorrow is Tuesday, which means that there is going to be the 10-25 or 25-50 game. So if you're looking to get in the game for that, may be a little bit challenging. I'm not sure if the lineup has been set yet, but you can always check in the video description on YouTube, down below the video, there should be a link to sign up for any of the games. You can use that link for both locations, both here in Austin and in Dallas.
I thought they were mine.
And let us know the day that you are hoping to play, and we'll try to get you in. So hopefully you can get in there. Colleen, would love to see you.
You set them over there for me.
If you're looking to play a little bit smaller stakes, then Wednesday's out of Dallas, and then the Thursday game, both Monday and Thursday here in Austin, going to be a little bit more accessible as well. But looking forward to seeing you out there in the streets. Best of luck to you. Let's see here. What else we got going on here? We've got
And you get hit with a little interest at the end too. Just to smack
Pragner wondering if I've mentioned that I'm on keto yet.
Because you didn't pay the estimate,
Just did.
right?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, be careful. The TurboTax won't tell you. But
I have an account.
JTN, does it look like Chase just woke up from a nap or not? Well, Chase is just a baller, dude. Like, he comes in after a nap, or
He's got that line on his face like he's just woke up from a nap, I think. I
yeah,
think he's got, that's what my son looks like when he wakes up from a nap.
or he fell asleep on the boat, or you never
On
know.
what?
The boat.
Oh.
Yeah, Chase is the king of
He
going
does
out
have
on
a
the boat
boat.
and getting the sun.
If you,
5 and 5.
Colleen wants to play some 2550. Well, that's awesome. Definitely
Yeah.
fill out the link and see if you can get in tomorrow. If they can't squeeze you in,
Running it.
then I do apologize, but do try to get in the next time around, or whatever works.
Mr. Gamble came to play.
all right. Did you miss me?
You have been
Player
missed.
checks, live stream, please.
Another Aaron joins the ranks in taking over the world. Aaron Seals,
Yeah, he's local.
welcome to the team.
I
Thanks
feel
for
like I
subscribing.
recognize that name, Aaron. Correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty sure.
Hell yeah. Well, we've got another all-in here, all-in straddle from Chase for
Let's
what looks to be 12 and change. Folds over to Caitlin. She thought about it for half a second. Big Daddy Chaz with sailboats.
Seat 1 is all in.
Not about to fold a pair.
Nah, he's all in.
It's
And
hard to make a pair in this game. Oh,
Kevin has queens.
Kevin. Kevin always has Chaz dominated. Just every time.
this is the spot where you look down at fours, and you're just always gonna get a fold from like the last two remaining blinds. Kevin's doing it. He's making the call, and Chaz is like, "Uh-oh, you've got to have a real strong hand."
And
There's one of the fours gone from Ron as well. Big Daddy Chaz drawing super slim.
Yeah, 12-10 for the middle, please.
We're gonna pull in the all-in bet here from Chase.
we
The
don't
looks
know.
on
No
these
one
players'
knows what
face.
Chase has. Chase doesn't know what he's got. He's pumped. He's got 2 callers though.
Yeah, no, he's got a chance
He's
to triple
clapping.
up here.
He's like, yeah, let's go.
So we're gonna pull in all of the chips from Chaz and the other two opponents to match that. Sorry, Chase. Now Kevin and Chaz are all in on the side. The effective stack here is Chaz for $7,000. This is a 15K plus pot,
All in pre.
all in pre.
And no one knows what Chase has.
Kevin, though, in a really good spot to ship a 15K pot if he can dodge the last remaining 4 in the deck or some sort of funky straight. Oh! There's a straight draw. Gonna need to find a 7 or a 3. It's a 4! The key's 4! And Chaz!
Oh my God.
Chaz goes from way behind to shipping a 15K pot. Kevin went from having 10K.
Oh, wait. Oh, so close.
I mean, let's be honest. What Chase had was relatively unimportant. He
Wait,
might
no,
have
no.
tripled
Chase
up.
wins the main. He's got a 7. He's got a straight.
What he has is relatively
I know.
unimportant. He wins the
Somehow,
main.
Chase triples up in this.
Kevin
Chad, when you
gets
said that already, when you
dumpstered
you're fine.
in a huge spot to be sitting on 18,000
I know. I thought I needed 7-3.
and
I
gets
thought I needed
wrecked
both.
by this run out to get chipped back down to 3K. I mean, I want to say that Kevin is in for an amount that like 3K is still
He's
close to even.
Yeah, I don't think
or
he's
something,
down.
right?
Yeah, no.
But like the fact that
Oh
he
my
could have had 18K if he can just dodge this fucked up run out is pretty insane. And Chaz being rewarded for consistently just driving the action, putting out these massive straddles and
Yeah.
putting
And
all
Chase,
the chips
both
in.
of them are being rewarded.
I win.
The poker gods are
100%.
rewarding them both.
Yeah. Yeah, so Chase is going to triple up here to 3.6K. Chaz will get the remaining, what looks to be like 4,500 or so doubled up. And Kevin will be the big loser on this hand as he will get chopped down.
Sorry
to
for yelling
3,000.
in your ear, Paul.
And then I get the. I get that. Then I get the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry there, Paul. And to everybody else that is no longer capable of hearing. But that was a spicy
Yeah,
hand.
queens at this table, no good.
I already pulled in theirs.
There.
Right there.
Oh really?
Well,
Sucks. Dude, I was expecting to.
we saw Ron lose with them
I was
to
expecting to be on top of that. You know.
What else? When else did they lose?
No.
We have 2 data points. Queens are no good.
Okay, so I should
All
Yeah,
right.
just fold.
38,
Yeah. No,
6,
you're right.
30.
I mean-
36, 30.
Absolutely right.
Mike wants to know how much the massage costs. He's got priorities and doesn't care about this action. It is $1.50 a minute, and they are
I'm joking, obviously.
fantastic. I spend an
He's doing great.
inappropriate amount of my income on massage.
If you have more.
No, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I know you are.
You want
Yeah, you can relate.
You're like, yeah, well aware. You're getting massage like all the time.
Yeah, me too.
It
I
is the
actually
best.
probably will leave here when the stream is over and go get a massage.
I haven't looked. Can I sit on top then?
The best part is, though, that I think the massage therapist knows that I'm going to ask her.
I think Timmy has
Because somebody else was like, I think she was like, Carolyn will probably ask me after the stream.
Nice. So Victoria then.
Yeah, I mean, I
If you're
think she
lucky.
said that.
Perfect.
I was just over
What's
here.
that, Timmy? Any
That would be
disrespect to
pretty
me? That's what I thought.
Yeah. Victoria is one of the best. I mean, it's sort of tough.
There's so many
to,
good ones, though.
Yeah, it's really tough to
Honestly.
grade them, but they're all fantastic. All right, Sai here gonna raise it up to 100. Somehow we don't have an infinite size straddle. Just normal ones. And Chase here, who just tripled up
I'll tell you what, we go a
with a
whole
random
orbit
hand,
without
is
their
gonna make the
picks.
call.
We're all in free and we'll play the stand.
And
Oh my god.
it's Gio's turn for
He's
queens.
definitely losing. No way he wins.
He's gonna make a bold statement here and say that he just wins pre, which will be a third data point, and he's gonna win. Bam.
We haven't seen it yet.
Oh yeah, we did. We already saw it.
I did.
It happened. Queens are on the board. Ladies can't lose sometimes.
Weird as that feels like a tiny pot.
On Thursday, I'd be happy.
Yeah, right.
Can we gamble yet?
Yeah, probably.
Pratt, are you keeping track of the time?
How does
Set.
Aaron and Cliff
I just almost did exclamation point Pratt.
fucking say it? It's gotta be just a podcast.
I would. The best thing would be if that just like somehow set an alarm off in his device.
Yeah,
And
just
was
like lights his computer on fire.
Yeah. Like,
See what I mean?
attention, Pratt.
I know you didn't.
6,800 bucks. You just risk it.
Okay.
Aaron
Srikanth
has
ready.
requested you.
Srikanth ready. Thank you very much for subscribing.
I will
Welcome
always
to the
see you.
TCH team.
Promise.
I don't think it sucks. Like 3 ways.
Then I get to go home and see if
Hail recoil, y'all should add a gain limiter for games with a lot of shouting. Well, they probably
you're not wrong.
mostly
He's
just
not
need
wrong.
they need a
It's
gain
true.
limiter on us. Is what
Well, no, and that's. I think that's what he means. But yeah, that's. You're not wrong. They have one in Dallas.
Oh, dude, those have been.
All right, Gio has 9s and he'll win again.
Shitty to me, so.
Yeah, he's probably like, how come I win
Or are they like running
like
it for 20?
$55 pots and somehow the pot before.
Give me a 5-7 run.
They can't even hit it straight.
Give me a 5-7.
All right, who won that last one? For the gambling.
Pratt beat you,
Pratt beat me. So
and
Pratt.
you beat me.
Yeah. So Pratt, set the order.
Keep the Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Damn, I thought I had it like all the way around the stack too. Like, I was like,
Pratt here. Call it the Pratt
I'll be honest
signal.
if I see it. I'm not gonna.
no,
Nice.
thanks, man.
All right, Pratt, you're on. So he's gonna go first, then me, then you, I guess.
Okie dokie.
I don't know what that means. We were all like,
I normally would never have allowed that, but since you actually saw his cards, I think there's
Timmy,
a little
when you
bit of an
figure out
exception.
you're
Oh,
not in charge.
Pratt beat.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. All right.
You have lost control.
I'll wait my turn then.
I'm waiting on
No, there's
a
some
Pratt
things
gamble to
still
come through, and then I will
But
hit that button.
8 folds, 9 folds.
All right, $20 something over here from Optimum. Let's do straddle.
That face, that laugh.
Having a jolly good time. He's going to raise to
Everybody's having a
75.
great time. This looks like a fun table.
Ron is 3-betting the 4-3 suited, and Gio wakes up with kings. He's had
Oh my
queens,
God.
nines, and now kings
At
back
least
to
now
back
he's
to
gonna
back.
actually get a little bit of something.
That wasn't a fold. My hand looked like that. I deserved it.
So he's like, why didn't you just like ship it there? I beat Pratt.
Ooh, 36-43. Tell me I can beat that shit.
You can.
Adam Jolly, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
Ooh, somebody stole your roll.
Oh no.
38.
Oh,
Yes.
no,
Oh.
Chris.
You're showing up with 7.
Why me?
7-10.
Well, I beat Pratt though.
I don't care about that.
Well, I do.
Blind all-in straddle.
Take my money and be gracious about it.
Thank you for losing.
Minus 20 to Pratt now is all. God. It's awful. It's just awful.
Guys, I need blinds, please.
Carolyn just has a pile of money over there,
It's-
accumulated.
$33.
That's a lot of dollars.
Oh, I need someone to go all in ahead of me.
Caitlin's going to fold.
Tall
3
order.
raises, 25. 4 calls.
Ron, though, is going to raise to 25 with a couple of mystery cards. That'll bring Chase, Geo, and that's going to do it. Optimizer is out of there with the 10-4 off. 3 ways, 2 a flop.
3 players.
We move into the final 45 minutes or so of the broadcast. 9-9-4 flop. 2 players.
Oh man, we haven't mentioned likes. I feel like at all.
6 bets.
Mine's frozen on 16. I don't know what yours
Oh,
looks like.
it says 164.
That's a lot more than 16.
Yeah. Well, it's
Everybody-
10
everybody
times as
does
many.
feel it for how you treated it.
Almost exactly.
Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
JTN saying that we should watch Love It or Listed,
That
and
was
that
all
me
her.
and you are the poker
Her
equivalent
specifically.
of Hillary and David. I don't think I've ever watched that, but now I have to.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but
Straight up. It didn't come out of nowhere.
you know, David's probably a
Also,
pretty cool
$33
dude.
is 15 minutes of
Face.
massage. Well, one of the perks of being
Shut your mouth.
All right, give him another 5.
Shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. Nobody wants to hear that.
amazing.
Thanks for playing along.
So actually, it's 33 minutes.
I really do love it. Just give him
What are we laughing about?
I don't know. I'm having a good time. Oh, man.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. It's
Yeah.
a bomb. Is it a bomb pot?
It is. Tyler's in the box, if I'm not
What's up,
mistaken.
Tyler?
Tyler walks in the box and he's like, I've been noticing how the
Everyone's
game
having
is
a good
going.
time.
Do you have any fun nicknames for me?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this
So I was
is a
like,
pretty
call me
good table
Finkel
to
Toast.
jump into.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like that's probably, not going to happen.
Yeah.
Plus, I haven't eaten dinner, so it might be best for
Do
me
you
to
want? Do you want my leftovers? They were good.
Does it involve those $33
No.
or that empty ramekin of?
In theory, yes, it involves the contents
excuse me,
of
pardon
the
me, Topo
ramekin
Chico.
when it was full. So, yeah.
Wait, what are your leftovers?
Steak and sweet potato salad. There's some meat on there. I'll share.
I appreciate you, but actually,
I
have
mean,
really
but
good.
you know, if you don't like germs or whatever, that's cool.
Yeah, no, you're just basically one big germ.
I mean,
Honestly,
there's a lot of like poop in my house and stuff. I have a 2-year-old, so
yeah. Blame it on the 2-year-old.
I have a 2-year-old and a husband, so yeah.
All right, Ace King 9, 2-tone. Dave here has top and bottom pair. He's gonna bet $50, and he's gonna get call raised by Chase. Geo here has dog shit.
He's got a
Club draw.
flush draw. Second nut flush draw.
Yeah, otherwise known as dog shit flush
And 10 gives him Broadway.
All right, Twinkle Toes. Better watch out.
draw. Right, you are.
6 fold, 7 call.
Sorry, Jeff.
There we go. There's the folds I was waiting for.
Should be apologizing to the 5 people in the hand.
8 fold.
Lost all my money.
Optimizer making the call, and we've got 2 mystery hands going to do battle here for pot size or thereabouts wagers. King of diamonds here on the turn. Chase quickly checking back and heads up to the river. Deuce of hearts. That shouldn't change
Does
much.
anybody have anything on this? Oh, we don't know.
Look at that, man.
We're about to find out because Chase is turning his hand over, and it looks to me like we had some sort of
Give me a jack. Give me
wrap or
a club.
Optimizer wins with stuff. Optimizer bet
Oh,
and
bet
one.
fold?
Okay. Bet fold.
What the hell? Look at the title of the video.
David Pratt, way to just. I think we have to delete David's message because the whole point is that Ron's name is Ron. Bro,
Small blinds.
you just put his actual name in the chat.
It was at one point.
Nobody knows what he's talking about anyways. Does anybody listen to Pratt?
Or does it look like Chase always?
I mean, we give him a lot of attention. I feel like.
Really?
Pratt?
Yeah.
He generally deserves a lot of attention, and then other times you just kind of have
Deserves
to.
or needs?
Well, I was being generous.
Just kidding. We love you, Pratt. Sorry.
All right, the black chip straddle
I always
is
look like I woke up from a nap.
on for Chaz.
Look rested and fresh.
Kevin, for whatever reason, under the gun, didn't have like a big hand. He had 7 deuce off and wasn't even there to play it.
Everyone's kind of quiet.
Well, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
If he were there, it would have been aces.
Why is
It
that
would have been
rested?
aces. Geo on a couple of 5s is going
We
to
called
limp
man
the
hands the other
100.
day. You just-
And
it's like
Chaz
you
actually
take-
has
Has
a really good
yeah.
hand, but is just, I think, dark checking.
Yeah, well, I think he's, no, it's called drunk checking.
username?
7 deuce off,
He's
the
like,
nuts
"Shut up,
currently.
we brought
So that's, don't take that literally. That's not real.
1 check. 6, bet 75.
Check call from Chaz to the tune of 75. Not a good card on the turn for either player. Checky, checky. And another club. Why not? It's a jack, though. And that is going to give Chaz the best pair, and he'll win.
David Pratt deserved, he said 20% deserves 250% needs. Yeah, that story makes sense.
Yep, yep.
Again, maybe why you can't get a second date. Oh,
But we're all pulling for you, buddy.
yeah, of course. Oh man, Ragnar Overbeat mentioning Caitlin's hands. She's been on this like thing about her hands on Instagram.
Like me reading Simon.
Her man hands.
Yeah, so now she's just hiding them
Same thing.
the whole time. Oh, I would lose my mind. Like if I was like, oh, I can't shuffle chips because of my hands. Like, I'd be like, I don't know what to do. I can't play poker anymore.
No, Caitlin is the queen of just like taking people's random trolly, bullshit
A
and
little
just
too
like,
personally, and like, oh my god, I should cut my hands off. And have-
well, no, but like she spins it in a way that's just like, sort of deflecting, right?
Yeah,
like
sure.
I mean, Caitlin's awesome, and
Of course.
she is one of the most consistent
And her
female
hands
players at these
Are
stakes.
not. She
and
doesn't have man hands, guys.
All right. Stand up game next hand.
they're
Fuck
pro
Whoa.
hands.
They're what?
I don't know. I was gonna try to change it a little bit and make it funny, and it just
She has
I
boy
don't know.
hands.
I don't know. It's 10 high board,
I mean,
and
yeah,
there's
let's
poker
just-
happening.
whatever
So
And nobody's cards are scanned.
check, bet,
I say we
call,
do it like this.
75.
Say,
4 of diamonds now on the turn. We have one more opportunity for the 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate the 10 of diamonds song to be played? We are singing that if the deuce of spades peels off on the river, by the way. Just want you to be prepared.
Win one more.
Please call Big Daddy Chaz and have the deuce
Yeah,
of
we need a
spades.
river. Otherwise, this bit is over.
We'll let the guy who's getting the massage stay seated. but we'll
And
make
he's coming in for a
sure and,
raise, so
announce
Gio
it
needs
or
to have
you
something
give
for
him
us to
every
see
hand
the
he's
river.
sitting
Oh,
in.
he's got something.
Right?
All right, quick
Where
call,
you
deuce
say-
of spades one time.
Oh.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? It's the.
Put like a white chip.
10 of diamonds.
There we go. All right, I mean, the deuce of clubs is close enough.
Whatever. What are the? Yeah. That was perfect.
Oh my god. What happened? All in from Chaz. Gio calls, and what is this? Gio loses to.
Interesting.
What is his hand? I can't even see it. It's hiding. 10-4. 10-4.
Super.
Yep.
10-4.
Last
Good.
guy to sit down
Oh,
on
Gio
nine
probably had
was
jacks
table
or
25 bucks.
225.
Ace 10, King 10. Who knows?
That's
Yeah.
just 200.
But Big Daddy Chaz appreciated the 10 of diamonds very much, as he used it to make one of his 2 pair, and he wins a large pot and moves on up to 8.5K in the chip counts. As Gio gonna go ahead and reload.
Newsflash. Update. Update. Update.
Yeah, I was gonna
Breaking
say
news.
that seems like
Chip
a low
counts.
chip count.
Are you familiar with how it works?
Chaz
Are
had
not
way more.
accurate. So
Everyone stands up. When you win a hand, you sit down. Last person standing owes everyone.
the chip counts might.
No, they're
not be
totally
accurate. They're
wrong. Chaz has
definitely
more than
wrong,
8K.
but Yeah.
You may want to actually relay it to the booth.
If you bust, then if you bust.
Chaz has a lot of money,
you're
and if the
automatically
numbers don't add up, it's
If you
because
get
they don't
stacked,
add
you're
up.
the person who
Yeah.
But
automatically-
he is going to straddle for
I think he's
200.
got the table covered though, right?
No, I mean 50.
Are we allowed to
Yeah,
kneel?
he's definitely got the
So I
table.
mean,
We allowed to kneel?
that's the only part we
Don't
really
complicate
need to know.
Excuse me,
For
I'm
this-
going to need to see the updated graphics. Well, straddle of 100 here.
Oh,
from
someone's
Chaz.
muting us.
Ooh, stand-up game initiated.
Have we done this on the stream before?
Ron says,
wow.
screw you guys, I'm getting a massage. I'm not standing up.
So if you guys are not familiar with the stand-up game, I think that's a really stupid name
It's
for
Texas
it.
stand-up.
Still stupid. Why is it not last man standing?
I fucked up. I'm sorry.
Because the last man standing
Is the one who pays everybody. It still makes sense. The name works. It's perfect. Yeah, I know.
But
No,
who are you?
no,
Are you a
but what?
biologist? Do you?
But
No, I'm
what?
kidding. I'm kidding.
Last
Nobody.
man
No, I'm
standing
kidding. I'm
is
kidding.
way better name. They call it the stand-up game, which is stupid. Anyways, everyone at the table stands up. You may only sit down once you win a hand. So you win a hand, you sit down. The last man standing then pays a bounty to everyone at the table. We are unaware of what the bounty will be. Typically, you're looking at like
Yeah.
this game probably
Shots and chips.
$50 ish.
Yeah, generally 2-5 is like 25. This would probably be 50.
Yeah, 50 is. I mean, it's a 9-handed game, so you're talking $400. Oh, it's 25. Okay.
Yeah, not a big hit then, really, all things considered. Sai, though, going to keep blasting away here with a complete air ball, and this is a little bit unlike him. Optimizer, of course, picking up the club flush draw to go with his bottom pair here. Going to have enough equity to continue here. This is a relatively small sizing.
They know what's going on.
And this is the thing about the stand-up game, Texas stand-up, last man standing, however you want to call it, is that you end up playing in a way that is a little bit pushing the boundaries, right? Like, sort of, I wouldn't normally do this, but if I can win, then that saves me $250,
Got a
right?
raise here.
Wow, optimizer. Yeah, I'm gonna take the more aggressive line. And
Go, and he's gonna be the first to sit down.
nice. Love to see it.
Expensive
Gift a rock here in the chat thinks that,
I had a 3.
that I'm trying to be funny for you.
Oh, that's
Hard to straddle
Yeah,
with the big blind.
we're on a bad date,
failing.
but I'm trying to make it better. The better my jokes get, the more likely it is that I can poop in your house. I mean, my
Your
house.
house, your house.
Yeah.
I don't think Gifter Rock has been listening to the stream for long enough, maybe.
Or like before. But welcome
Yeah.
to the stream, friend.
Yeah,
Hope
welcome.
you're enjoying yourself. And, we generally just try to have a good time here. And, we talk about poker in between. And
On occasion.
we hope that you will come back and hang out with us.
Yeah.
In any case,
If you
we're on
hate
to the
it,
next game.
then that's fine too.
Yeah.
Mute us.
Chase going to raise to 335. That's a good round number.
No, fuck no.
This is one of the other things that definitely comes out of Texas Stand-Up / Last Man Standing is the computer freezes and crashes.
What?
And when the Windows update needs to happen, it just needs to happen. David Pratt wants to know if I need bad date advice.
He's
Yeah,
got all
please.
of it. So we hear.
But yeah, so we've got a blue screen of death, which means we're going to go ahead and reboot everything. If y'all can still hear us, which you probably still can, then we're going to go ahead and just continue yammering on, which will be music to the ears
Yes,
of some
I'm sure
of our
everyone's
viewers.
really looking forward to this. All right. In case you're wondering what happened, the computer froze. And yeah, that's where we're at. It looks like the stream will return eventually.
So this is the point in the program where we do the go ahead
The
and drop
podcast, yeah.
the podcast. Yeah, drop a question in the chat if you've got one for myself, for Carolyn, or for anyone in between, and we'll see what we can do to answer those questions or just banter back and forth, have a good time. So let's see what's going on here tonight. How you guys doing?
David
All right,
Pratt would like to
later,
know
dude.
something embarrassing about you, so you're going to have to spill the beans. Because I
Wait, no.
never have anything to tell anybody.
Wait, where's that at?
Paul D saying this wouldn't happen if I were still the producer. I'm going to disagree with you. I appreciate your credit, but it would happen. I would try and fix it, but Carolyn, what was it like being interviewed on a podcast? Well, I was being interviewed by Caitlin and Craig, who Caitlin I know pretty well and I'm very comfortable around. Craig, who I actually hadn't met, but turns out we're both from New Hampshire, so I mean, we're probably related or something. I don't know. So it's like hanging out with your friends and just talking shit mostly.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it was very fun. I had a great time. JTN 1968 wants to know what he should have for dinner. I had a steak and it was delicious.
I think crawfish. You should have crawfish. I'm loving that crawfish is in season here in Texas, and all the broils are happening.
100% uninterested in crawfish.
Tell
sounds
me
like-
about this. Why do you not like crawfish?
Well, I don't like lobster or other shellfish.
So now
So like
you're
a smaller
really weird.
shellfish with more shell and less fish. That doesn't sound better. It sounds worse. So
Huh. That's curious. I freaking just love the shit out of lobster and crawfish.
do you love lobster and crawfish or do you love butter?
Both.
I mean, I like butter.
Because I like butter with scallops. I like butter with lobster, with crawfish.
I like scallops.
You like
I don't
scallops?
love scallops, but I like them.
Because they're very similar, right? Like not
No.
a ton of flavor,
The
but
texture's
the texture.
totally different.
No, the texture's not really different.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. In any case, I do love crawfish. So since you,
I mean, I've never
since
had
you don't
crawfish,
really,
but I don't like. I mean, I
Wait,
don't like,
what?
I said, didn't I say that?
no,
I said I
you
don't
said
like.
you don't like it. You've never had it?
No, but I don't like lobster.
Oh, bro. All right, we gotta fix this. Yeah, no, seriously, you have to try a crawfish. And the best way to do it is to catch them live and then boil them yourself and eat them. Like, you're like a real caveman at that point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Riding Rover B wants to know, do either of us play other roles at TCH? I personally have worked in all of the roles at TCH that you can dream up. And some that I...
Owner?
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
It's not, nobody works as the... Like, you just are.
No,
okay?
I'm pretty sure he works.
I
pretty hard,
have...
actually.
Right, but you don't... Whatever.
I'm kidding.
Whatever,
Continue.
Aaron. So I started as a host at the front desk. I have worked as a cashier in the cage. I still deal a couple days a week. I do this. I did the live stream behind the scenes stuff. And I play here. So I do all the things.
Yeah. I do the talking and the playing mostly. Yeah. Yeah, but most days of the week you can find me here grinding 2-5.
True story.
Pretty standard. So always in the streets if you guys want to come down and try to take a piece out of the old AA Ron.
All right, David Pratt is saying he's sending us some kind of crawfish nonsense. I mean, I'll try it, particularly if I don't have to like see that it looks like a bug. Is probably better. So if it's like,
wait, do you like shrimp?
Not really.
Okay.
Not crazy
Do you think
about
they
it.
look like bugs?
Yeah, for
okay,
sure.
but you'll eat them.
Depends on how that like. I mean, it's not like one of those things that I'm gonna be like, oh no, absolutely. And same with lobster. Like, I just don't really like it. Like, I grew up in New England where lobster is like.
But you like scallops.
I do. I think they.
Yeah, interesting. Okay,
are
well,
better.
I don't know. I love crawfish. I mean, I grew up in Colorado, and in the reservoirs, like the large bodies of water in Colorado, there's a lot of crawfish, and you could basically just like show up with a big bucket, right? And it's really a fun way to catch them. Is you just get like a red Solo cup, right? And you go out into the shallow water, and you'll see them just kind of chilling on the bottom, like in the rocks or whatever. And
I'm literally having like an anxiety attack just from you. So
what?
My one and only like irrational fear is
of crawdads.
Not crawdads, but just so any kind of particularly deep water or any water that there are fish in, and especially if I can't see them, like I can't come anywhere near that water.
Really?
Yeah, and I was a lifeguard at a summer camp on a lake, and it was real. Those kids were never getting saved.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the best job for you.
No, it was real bad.
I was like, drop a deuce in the chat if you're never going to save these kids. And you were like,
yeah, for sure. So
wow.
just like the idea of like little, not even fish, which are bad enough, but crawfish, which are
little
like creepy giant bugs that live in the water.
Oh, okay. They're not that big, but okay, continue.
But bigger than bugs.
I don't know. Have you seen some of the freaking bugs around here?
Well, sure, that's true. Texas bugs are big. Like that idea is just like my whole. I can't do it. No.
Well, okay, but let me finish my story
Okay,
because, like, I'm sorry that you're traumatized, and yet at the same time,
I don't
catching
even know where it
crawdads
came
is
from
really
either.
cool. Yeah, you must have had some sort of trauma as a child, but anyways, I had the opposite of trauma as a child, which was catching crawdads with my red Solo cup, and it was really cool because what you do is you get a stick in one hand, and you have the cup in the other hand. And say it's like sitting with its little claw doodads like out to the right. So you have the stick out to the right and you got the cup to the left. And you put the cup behind it and then you sort of like scare it with the stick. And what they do is they like swish that tail underneath, like, the lobster tail underneath, and it pushes them backwards. So they like squirt back right into your cup. And then you swish them out of the water and you pour them into your little bucket. And you just do that time after time after time. You get like a couple dozen of those bad boys, boil them up. So delicious. And there you have it, people.
As
That's how
a
you
kid,
catch and
I
eat
would have
crawdad.
participated. It's like as a kid, I was all about it. I lived on a lake. I went fishing all the time. But for whatever reason, at some point in my like late teens, my brain just broke, but only relating to fish.
Okay.
Fish, like, and swimming with them.
That is weird.
It's very strange. I
You
know
didn't
it's
have any
irrational.
sort of traumatic like
No, absolutely not.
drowning
Nothing.
situation? Huh. Did you watch Jaws or something at like
No.
a friend's sleepover? No.
As a teenager, even if I did, that shouldn't be traumatic.
No, but people are weird. We're human beings.
No,
like,
and I
weird shit
didn't
happens.
though. But there's nothing. There's nothing.
I don't know. I don't know
either.
I don't know how to rationalize that one. But you
can't. I told you it
like
was an
fishing and you
irrational-
like eating fish?
Yeah,
Normal?
I like fish. I like eating fish.
What kind of fish did you have in New Hampshire?
Well, I lived on a lake. We had, bass.
What, trout?
and-
Oh, bass?
Yeah.
Oh,
and-
fuck. Okay.
Yeah, trout. I mean, I like smallmouth bass like this. Yeah, good
Yeah,
size.
Okay. Nice.
Nice meal. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, up in the mountains in Colorado, we mostly only had trout. We had rainbow and brown trout for the most
It's
part.
a lot more. Is it a lot more like rivers and streams or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lived on a pretty good sized lake.
Yeah, so the big like lakes that we had, you weren't getting bass, you weren't getting like pike or anything like that, except for maybe a couple of them where it was stocked. But when I was up in Wisconsin, you were
Yeah.
getting all that shit.
Yeah.
The big fun game fish. Anyways, we're T-minus 5 seconds to liftoff, and we'll get back into
Jedi
the
Master
pokering.
Ted it has an almost exactly the same experience about fear of fish. So I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one.
Yes, sir.
Getting eaten by a shark.
It's not even so for me. It's not getting eaten by the fish. I'm not like my brain. I know they're not going to hurt me, but
But
like
it's a fear of the creatures, not the darkness or the emptiness of the ocean.
I don't know. I don't. All I know is that when I'm in that situation, I have to like just quickly remove myself from the water. That's it.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, everyone else has quickly removed themselves from the water, and so will Chaz. And Ron will just go ahead and take this one down and show the deuce of spades. 2, 4, 6. No, we don't have to do that again.
Thank
but,
you for not.
That was pretty awesome that
It
the
was
2
good,
came.
though. That
Let's
was
be honest.
like-
If it had been the 2 of spades, it would have been better. The 2 of clubs was close.
Well, why
enough.
did you specify that? That was unnecessary.
It was, but dare to dream. Okay, Carolyn, raise the bar for yourself. Seriously.
But if you had just said a deuce, then you could have just been like, bingo,
Yeah.
and zero disappointment.
Just imagine how better it would have been if it was the deuce of
No.
spades, because I just went that much further. I just cared that much more. Yeah.
If
Gamble
you guys
and
could
shut
see
up
me
over
roll my
there.
eyes on this, like, sometimes I wish you could.
Yeah, it's what I love is that we always get the one rando that I've never seen in the chat before come in and be like, "Ooh, this is the worst," and then like the people that just know what you and I do are like, "This should be an extended broadcast tonight." Like, I love you.
All right,
guys.
Rena Holland needs to know about food for the mug. This is an important question, Aaron, as you will be attending, and I'm assuming that maybe this is a food, maybe this person is going to be providing.
Oh, well, I will be at the mug, and I am doing keto, so yes. Yes,
I mean,
yes,
sort
yes.
of. He's drinking Nick Ultra, so like.
Hey,
not really.
2.3 grams of carbs. It's within my macros. But yes, I'll be there, and I am keto. Thank you.
As I also try to avoid the sugar.
Armrest.
Me too.
And a tap.
If I
Sweet.
make it, which I'm just gonna. Okay, guys.
You just
That
done it.
way, I'm just gonna tell you that I'll be there. That way, I can feel really, really guilty if I don't go.
Pratt, how far away from a gamble are we? Since you're in charge of our gambling, I think it's just about time. But well, we also only have one left in the broadcast, so we don't have to rush it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
How do you feel about the fidget spinner over there for optimize?
Oh man, that's a thing. There's such a thing.
A fidget spinner?
No, a keto cake. She's
Oh.
making a
It's
keto
5'5".
cake.
How big is your dick?
It's amazing.
Whoa, what is that? Is it made of crab? Perhaps
Can we pick something
Crawfish?
other than shellfish, guys? No, but I bet it has lots of butter in it.
perfect. I do butter.
I am a big fan of butter, so that's cool.
Big fan of butter. In
We
fact,
got a
I
nod
do-
from Kristen on that too, from the booth.
Yeah.
Also a fan of butter.
Butterproof,
Or-
bulletproof coffee for me.
Not listening to us at all and just nodding for an unrelated reason. I don't know.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Kind of seems like she's not listening, so we'll move on.
JTN is designating April 24th as a cheat day. I will probably do the same, but what am I planning to do? Question mark. I'll answer that. Bring tequila. Words are hard. Sometimes you just got to roll with it and pretend like you're doing real things. I'm going to bring some good tequila so that I'm not cheating very hard because that's you know what you do.
Will you share?
If you're there.
Well, I mean,
So yeah, if
My-
you're there, I'll share my tequila with you.
cool. Can I put in a request for what kind of tequila?
You can, but I might just have better than what you think is good. Yeah, we'll see.
I don't-
Kevin here, once again, under the gun, facing the $100 straddle. He's going to raise it up to 350. King, queen of spades. The rest of these poor bastards that are standing are just sort of miserable. Big Daddy Chaz, ace jack of spades, and things could get spicy here. Kevin with only 2.7K behind. Chaz is going to put him in.
Man, remember when Kevin had all the chips?
I think Kevin also remembers when he had all the chips and is probably a little bit miffed at the fact that he is now facing an all-in situation here. King Queen suited is quite good. Chaz is clearly having a good time. And
Also ripped it in with the eight.
yeah, we've seen some stuff. We have seen some stuff.
And then I can sit down.
Kevin has seen some
Actually,
stuff.
this 5-5 setup,
You don't have to
for
rebind.
whatever reason, Chaz is just having the best time.
Kevin's putting it in.
You don't have to
Flashy and gambly as humanly possible.
Ace Jack versus King Queen. Comes King high with a Jack. Another Jack,
There it
and
is.
that's going to do it. As, my goodness, Kevin cannot get his way against
Well,
Big Daddy Chaz.
I mean, the ties are
Gonna pay out, and then we can sit down.
Chaz couldn't
Yeah, Chaz was good for
Kevin
him.
for the first 3 hours of the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, what a way for it to go, though. I mean, poker is a cruel
No,
mistress.
I just moved the mic a little bit. Sorry. It was probably better when you guys couldn't hear me. Huh? Just kidding.
I don't know, Dave. Side's
But,
pretty fat too. Look at that.
Yeah, poker is like this sometimes, right? And
Yeah.
and it happens more frequently than we really care to
You play more heads than me tonight?
No fuck way.
No chance.
really fully understand, which is like,
But isn't that exactly what we try to do? Is to fully understand?
it is. But
So
like
don't-
when you're in the moment
don't lie
and
to
you're
the
just
people.
getting crushed, I know you're trying to be funny, but our man Kevin over there
Empathizing with Kevin.
was supposed to have $18,000
I know.
and he has 0. And like I just wanna give a shout out to my man Kevin
You just
here.
want to go out there and give him a hug?
I mean, I do because I've been Kevin, and it sucks. You had everything going for you. You got it in ahead. The money was just like some dude just like piled it in with 4s, and you had queens, and it was like, yes, please, I'll take all of that, and then you lost. You know, and it's like it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel fair. And I just want to acknowledge that for Kevin and for everybody else out
Can
there
you
who has
guys hear
suffered a
me?
bad beat.
Out there? Because Pratt says my audio's off.
One hand.
Did you mute me?
Jack's live stream.
All right. Well, let us know in the chat if you cannot hear Carolyn. We'll try to fix that. Big Daddy Chaz 7-6 offsuit here. Cy with King Jack, still trying to get a seat.
First one to sit down.
He is hunched over the table
Oh
here.
yeah, we're still playing the stand-up game.
We are
I
indeed.
forgot about that. There's still 3 people standing up.
This is going to be a good board for Cy to sit down, as he has a very natural continue and easy fold from Chaz.
All right, so we got Caitlin and we got David, right? Oh, Gio's still standing
Enjoy
too.
your fucking seat. Yeah.
All right.
Pips just reset because I think the stream reset.
There we go. All right, so down to 3 players left to pay out the bounty.
Yeah, that's why they need.
Okay,
I
they
mean,
can't
I think
hear
we
you.
have
They
to
can't
keep
hear you.
this stream going until the stand-up game's over if it's not over at 10, right? We have to finish this game.
God damn, Tyler. It's
Well,
like you don't even like
I'm just gonna say that someone is gonna have to pay the bounty before the stream is over, and it'll be like calling the deuce of spades.
God damn.
Whatever. I'll be mostly right.
No wonder you
Let's continue along with hand number 3. Thank you guys for tuning in for all 3 hands that we've had so far tonight. And by that, I'm obviously joking.
I think you played like 3 hands.
That we had the reset, and here we are.
Oh, wait, is Kevin still standing too?
definitely put like 7.
Kevin is standing over there. Yeah,
Oh,
I
wow.
believe that
He's
is
been
a
in some
standing
hands and
man.
he hasn't won any. That makes sense. The people who are sitting are the ones who have cards
See
to
how much
play.
it's stacked?
Yeah, Optimizer will take this one down. He was one of the sitters, so nothing changes there. And it's a really funny dynamic when you're one of the standers and you're not in the hand anymore, and you start like rooting for one of the sitters against
Yeah,
one of the
for
other people
sure.
that's standing. You're like, get him! Like, defense. Yeah, that's
Like
always
a
fun.
bluffing.
God damn it, what did I do?
We don't know if Ron is still standing because he was never standing. Okay. Okay.
Pratt wants to know if we can get my mic muted.
That can be arranged.
Damn it, I know. This is my hand.
Yes, you can. This will not be the hand that Caitlin will sit down. Cy will raise to 200 with a
what?
couple of red 5s.
That's an open to 200, right? And Caitlin just,
What did she have?
Caitlin, she had 9-8 suited.
Huh.
Just snap fold.
Yeah, he's got the handlebars. He just got a tattoo. Next is a fucking parlay.
Chase will defend the straddle King 5 offsuit, and
9-8 of clubs.
Chase is in a pretty tough spot
He's
here.
about to buy a
Just
motorcycle.
get extra and sons of anarchy.
Not a good flop for either player, however. Cy has a fairly natural continue. He's just going to check it back, though.
Whip it out, put it on the table.
Deuce of hearts, no change. 5s are still out front. 420 in the middle. Checky, checky again. 10 of diamonds still doesn't change anything, and Chase
And
will
Caitlin
show
would've
down.
won.
Wait, Seth, that
Queen
was your
high.
tattoo for real.
Yeah. My pair of 8s would have won.
You gotta take care of us. Come on.
Yeah, dude, we're your main priority.
What you talking about?
Oh, you gotta do all the work. I can't break my sister-in-law and her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, how much you owe me still? 400?
It's all right. It's only $200. I'd rather pay
Ben,
out 200 than
flabbergasted
1,000 just to sit there.
about the play from
The call with
Chase.
Queen 5. I mean,
Clearly-
he's defending his
You happy with that?
$50
Might as well
show.
just pay out.
Yeah, and Chase is not a man to orphan his babies.
No. He put chips in that pot. He is going to,
Tyler,
you know,
come on.
either bring them home or go down with them.
Yeah. Gio here still folding.
What is that code?
Caitlin folding as well. Can be sort of frustrating to get into these spots where it's like you
Well,
just
when you keep folding winners, yeah. Right.
Kevin here going to try to get a seat, and he's going to get one. Raises with the Jack-9. No takers, and Kevin will get to take a seat. We are down to Gio and Caitlin.
Gio, David, and Caitlin.
Oh, honey, I'm
left.
not as stuck as you. I can
Gio,
afford
David,
it.
and Caitlin.
Chase, what happened to you finding yourself a book?
Dirty
BDC,
Baker.
not BDC.
He's got my back with the 9-8 suited. I don't know what.
Oh yeah, I sold it.
Just snap fold to an open. It's just,
When I gave you a yes or no question,
maybe she just likes standing.
side. God damn.
There you go.
Let's just assume that that's what it is.
You don't think I'm
She's doing it
rich?
intentionally. She also wants to gift the table.
Ooh, she's coming in for a raise on this one.
All right, let's go.
35 to go.
That one. I'm just kidding. I like that hand too, but
She's going to get 3-bet here from Big Daddy Chaz with the ace-queen off. And unless this hand goes off the rails, I imagine Caitlin should be trying to see a flop, especially now with an additional caller coming along. Don't have Kevin's hand scanned in just yet, but it's Queen Jack offsuit, and Perhaps a little bit of tilt factoring in here, as this is generally not going to be the strongest flat call, even in position against a 3-better.
Well, we got a gutter and a pair for Caitlin. Top pair for Chaz. A whole bunch of nothing.
Caitlin
Kevin.
definitely needs to see a turn.
All
No
right.
additional equity, even though it sort of looks like she should have gotten some. Checky, checky. She does get to see the river for free, and it
it's
is
the
a 3.
Gin card.
I don't like that run out.
It's a great run out. It's beautiful. Like nothing I've
She
ever
quickly
seen.
fires in the pink chip,
Can you
and
hit
Chaz
Mama
here
if
with
you're not
top
gonna
pair
cuddle
queen
Mama,
kicker
please?
only loses to
Please?
some
You're such
sort
a
of 2-pair
tease,
combos and the
Daddy,
odd
please.
4 of the world.
Mama wants to sit.
You
But
can tell
Caitlin
Chaz
is
doesn't like it.
desperate to win a pot, so I mean, she could have a 4, to be fair.
Chaz knows that, and at the same time has played with Caitlin before, and the speed with which she flipped that pink in there and her
I'll
demeanor
do it on camera. Don't
I
test
think
me. Don't
sort of
test me.
indicates to him she's just got this. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's going to fold
Let
it.
it go.
Yeah,
Good fold.
yeah, good fold from Chaz. And Caitlin will get to sit down. It's going to leave Gio and Dave as the last men standing. Let's see who becomes the whatever, the bounty bitch, the what do you call it?
The last man standing?
Well, yeah, but when you pay out, you become the bounty bitch. I don't know. What do you become? You got to. I'm trying to come up with something here. Okay.
The championship, dude.
Champion du
Hey,
monde.
we're all guaranteed $25, so.
We did it!
Shout
Yes,
out to
we
us,
can.
dude.
Yes, we can.
Is this the one?
You calling dark?
All right.
All right.
Hey, guys, can we
Okay.
get 19 more likes before we end the stream?
Yeah. What
9
are we up
minutes,
to?
but like,
Oh, 16? Cool. I don't
yeah,
know why
my
mine
goal
froze.
for the day is 35.
Okay, there we go.
Reasonable.
Chicken shit
Go ahead,
bingo.
it's
Nice,
okay.
too.
It's okay.
All right. David Pratt says, I picked the order.
We get another
Damn
All
right.
right, so I'm a little confused here.
Okay, we've got enough time. I'm going to call this hand, and then we will do a gambling. Gio here, 4 betting, 275 to go here. He really wants to take a seat. And this is like a min click over Chase's 3-bet as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, but he told me to pick the order. Chase will make the call. 590 in the middle. 8 high board, all clubs. Gio has a club. Chase has an 8. We could see all the chips go in here somehow.
Well, that's how.
Yeah. And by somehow, I mean instantly. Yeah.
Take his fucking.
Insta call.
Wait, how does 2 times work in the
What
game?
is that? Ace?
Do I get to
Gio does not want to chop this pot. He wants to sit the fuck down, so he should run it one time.
first word for this?
I think he probably clarified, if I chop this, do I get to sit down?
And the answer is no. Ooh, there you go. Club on the turn. And,
Oh, but they are really
What
good.
happens here if
Lord.
it's a chop?
Yeah, it's okay.
No chop.
He scoops it.
Alright, $200.
That was bold.
the first
Oh,
board
okay.
count.
So if
Oh,
he won the
okay.
first board, then he gets to do it.
Okay.
I like it.
Oh, that's fair. Reasonable.
25.
And he's going to just bink both of them. So Gio gets the dub and gets to sit down. And the 25s get fired out from Dave from across the table. All right. I'm going to gamble, then Carolyn, then Mr. Pratt.
Deal.
We've got Poker Monkey and Hakabio all up in the mix here, so who knows who's going to get what sort of gambles. But Hakabio took my 83. I got a 57.
Hoping to save
That's not bad.
And then what are you going to do? Just go home?
Amanda seat on your boat this weekend.
Go home?
70.
Oh, man, you buried me tonight. What did I lose, 60 to you?
No, 40.
Put the ace of clubs in
You
there.
got
Oh,
some
I
back.
got the 20 back. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Pratt beat me too, so fuck me in the goat ass.
You even got to pick the order. You
I know,
picked wrong.
but
Everyone have
you know,
positive
it's just some things that you can't.
Yes, great
Yeah,
time.
it's true.
I don't know if
fix.
Dave liked it.
All right, a few more hands here in the broadcast.
Sai has aces. Only plays the nuts, so.
Yeah, kings or aces. That's what Cy plays.
Only hands I've seen him play. Geo gonna stick around with the jack-8 off.
3 players to a flop. Jack high, all diamonds, and a deuce. Chase has bottom pair and a
has
flush draw.
a
Geo
diamond.
top pair.
Chase gonna bet it. Interesting.
Check, check, bet, call. Cy will make the call. 5 here on the turn. Chase will make 2 pair 5s and deuces.
Ooh,
Take a lead on this
I
one.
like it.
Check, check once again. Bet 225, and Geo is going to call again. And Cy's got to wonder what the F is going on here. I don't think you can fold aces yet, but this is starting to feel real weird. Does make the call. Queen of clubs on the end. Changes nothing, and Chase will win if we get to showdown.
Ace-king gets there. I don't know. Maybe he slows down if it checks to him, but Cy's gonna bet it.
He's going to go for a little blocky 1/3 size and just hope to maybe get value from king jack, I guess. But it's not to be. Chase will snap it with the 5 deuce. And pocket ace is losing to 5 deuce offsuit. There you go.
That's what we like to see here.
Texas poker in
That
a
is
nutshell.
exactly what I like to see.
You were paying for your massage.
You're all good.
Ben saying, Cy, you need to raise that shit. I mean, he raised pre-flop and got 2 callers. And
Fuck you.
wait, who paid out the bounty?
Dave.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, he launched the quarters from across the
Gotcha.
table. I saw him sprayed around.
What's the minimum?
40.
All right. Pratt here in the chat saying, you know, it's awesome, $60 of Aaron's money, but in my spreadsheet thingy, I'm stuck 40 to you. Did I miss
Okay, I'll
something?
do the minimum.
I know we're back on this for whoever loves to hear us talk about our degeneracy on the air. But,
All right, Kevin's got queens. Opening to 300 over the $100 straddle.
7, 8, 9 fold.
It's going to fold around to Chaz, who has 10-5 offsuit and will not defend. And queens are good.
Kevin wins with queens. There you go. Saw it here first. Oh, man. I am excited about this meetup game. And, yeah, so the question about being keto and everything, like, I heard there's going to be spaghetti in a bag. So if spaghetti in a bag is there, I'm eating that. I'm cheating and eating that. So.
Wait. Spaghetti in a bag sounds good to you?
I mean, so spaghetti.
Are you eating it to be polite, or do you want to eat spaghetti in a bag? Because that sounds...
So I don't know where this all came
Not
from. I
great.
just picked it up out of the chat, but apparently spaghetti in a bag is a thing that these guys are into. But spaghetti is one of my favorite things, and being keto and not being able to eat pasta is like the hardest thing.
Pasta
in the
is
world.
one of everyone's favorite things.
Yeah, I love
It's amazing.
macaroni and cheese. I love freaking.
My mom
spaghetti.
is
I
in
love it all.
town. She's been in town for a week. She's here for another like 9 days or something like that. But she's already made mac and cheese, like homemade baked mac and cheese twice since she's been here. And she makes the best baked mac and cheese.
Oh man.
And I haven't eaten it. She makes it when I'm not home, like when I'm working and stuff. Which I'm grateful for the fact that she doesn't make it when I'm there.
Big Daddy Chaz with the dirty dice.
Oh, just
Drills it on the turn.
run out.
And did they just like run
Oh, they
this?
just ripped it for, I guess, enough to make the pot 670.
Yeah, I guess they ripped it for like
300.
300 apiece.
There's probably other dead money in there or something.
Yeah, and Chaz just gets there with the dirty diaper. Wow. Must be nice. I mean, sometimes you just run like this. Yesterday was sort of one of those days for me.
Well, I mean, it started out the opposite, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what? I don't know if that's really true. Because that would indicate that, like, he was ahead and lost.
Yeah,
and
he
that's
just
not how
piled
went
it with
down.
8
Yeah,
tray and shit.
He lost, but in situations where he was supposed to lose. So
Ragnar in the chat. I'm happy my Ziploc full of spaghetti will be appreciated. Yes.
so this is a thing though.
I don't know why, but it is.
Why?
And yeah, I'll cheat to eat a bag of spaghetti.
Who's like? Is this from a place or is this from someone's house or like?
I'm guessing
Is someone just gifting TCH live commentators with spaghetti bags?
I'm just going to find out
It's
when
like
I
a
get
gift bag, but a spaghetti bag.
there. Yes. I can get on board with this. All right, Cy raises to 300 pre, gets called by Big Daddy Chaz, comes 6 high, and Cy just shuts it down and snap folds to a small wager from Chaz, and that'll be the end of that one. Chaz sitting up top of chip counts with 16.9 thousand, and words are hard. Chase down at 2.1K.
I'm curious to see a cumulative winning because we know Chaz is in for a lot, so I am curious to know how much he's up. I definitely believe he's still up, without a doubt, but I don't know how much. Newsflash, breaking news: we're not going to get those chip count or those cumulative winning counts. So if you're waiting for that,
Get wrecked.
yeah, you can.
Yeah, because we reset and we're apparently on hand number 12.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
Computer meltdown deleted everything. Gio's going to raise the ace-9 of diamonds, take it up to 200 on the $100 straddle from Chase, who will defend with the ace-7, and battle of the middling aces will commence in 3, 2, 1, go.
Interesting.
Checky, checky, queen of clubs. Checky, checky, 8 of spades. Ace-9 wins.
No, they chop.
Still win. Gotcha. Yeah, chop it up. The look on your face. I always know when I've just pushed the perfect little Carolyn button of like, this is the most annoying thing that could have been done in this moment. Like, just the eye roll and the forehead just palm. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
Is there a sound effect for an eye roll? Because we need that, I think.
75 and $200 straddle
Yeah, I went all in, remember?
is on. Man, this game is disgusting.
I didn't forget about that.
Full of tape, baby.
And at this point, it's just like,
You give me this full of tape?
who can just get something other than queens and hold, I guess. Well, I don't know. It's more than that, obviously.
Well, and that's
but-
what's like. Everybody who isn't the $200 straddler is just like when they look at their cards, they're like, "Oh God, I want to play this hand."
Yeah, but it's just, you have no
But
blinds.
it's- yeah. How do you? You play it as a jam only, and most of the time when you play it as a jam, you're hoping for just folds, and you know that a lot of the people left to act are not gonna just fold. So
Yeah. I love that stack of pinks has just been there this whole time. Yeah.
people at TCH are very trustworthy.
Yeah.
Just a stack of pink chips on that
I think
table.
it's Chaz's, I do, but I don't. Somebody's all in, somebody's calling.
Nobody has touched it.
No, it's an all in and a fold is what it is.
There is no way that nobody's walked by that table and been like, what is going on here? I guess I'm just going to leave it. I don't know. Should I tell somebody? But
2 more hands, I've heard that before, but Padawan producer Kristen is raising her right hand, swearing to sweet baby Jesus that this and 2 more hands, or this and 1 more hand will be in store for you
Aaron,
guys.
Pratt wants to kick you out of the booth next week, and just me and Pratt. Let's go with so whenever Aaron wants to take a little vacation, whatever, you and I got this. Whenever it is, so make your
tag you guys
calendar
in.
100% open at all times on Mondays from now until eternity, and we'll make it happen.
That sounds awesome. And then I should play the game. the Monday.
Yeah.
I'll take it off and I'll play.
Let's go.
And get wrecked, and you guys can commentate on it.
Pink chips are worth enough that I'm not going to even mention it on the internet while they're still sitting on that table. So we're just, if you don't know, then please don't come to TCH to just go pick something up off a table. That'd be weird. Oh, I just left something over there. Can I go grab it?
Yeah, that was my leftover burrito. All right, this is the last hand of the evening. We do want to thank you guys all for tuning in, for hanging out with us tonight. And Ron just paid half of Dave's $40 straddle in order to put it up there.
Yep, that sounds like Ron.
The 80 is on. The 175 is on. The 400 is on. The 500 is on. We have a $500 straddle.
Kevin just snapped. Ron, 10-8 of diamonds.
And the mustache. And the $20 already
That
committed.
look, the face that he makes when he was thinking, he's like, the mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. You knew
Whole
what I
lot
was
of not
saying.
much over here, all the way around to Optimizer and into the straddle number 2 from Dave, Ace Tray offsuit. There's a $500 straddle out there. You have Ace High. Are you willing to
You have
risk
7
it all?
big blinds.
Dave
Nope.
says no. No, I do not. Sai says no.
I can't wait to see
Everybody folds, and Big Daddy Chaz just picks up $320 with 5 high for no reason. This is Texas Poker, y'all. You love to see it. And Dave would have been all in against a 5 high hand, and yeah, he would have just won like $800.
Is that it? That's it.
That's it.
Guys, thanks for watching. I had fun.
I think we all did. And
I hope so.
I certainly
If not,
did.
then screw you guys.
Screw you guys, I'm going home. In any case, that's going to do it for us here at TCH. For myself, for Carolyn, for Padawan producer Kristen, for all the staff here at Texas Card House Austin, we want to thank you all for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you next time on TCH Live. We'll see you out of Dallas tomorrow, Wednesday, and back here in Austin on Thursday. See you guys soon. Good night.
Good night.
Everybody's playing. It's just a game.
Set up on that.